Good morning to one and all. We, on behalf of the Symbiosis family, take immense pride in welcoming you all to the 13th edition of our annual flagship conclave, Digital HR Summit 2021. Now we would like to play the SIOM corporate video.
Globalization and technology has transformed modern businesses. The modern economy today runs on globally interconnected value chains. May it be Indian Railways carrying 23 million passengers, or FedEx handling 29 million pounds of freight per day, or the famous Arvind Eye Care Hospital performing 1,500 surgeries daily. All entities owe their success to highly effective and synchronized operating model attributing operations excellence. Be it humanitarian supply chain, military operations, natural disaster management or workings of global businesses, operations excellence is a strategic weapon to many. Symbiosis Institute of Operations Management, Nasik, a forerunner in anticipating the criticality that the field of operations beholds, is India's only institute fully dedicated to operations excellence. Under the gamut of Symbiosis International University, SIOM is a sui generis institution established with the mission of empowering and leading operations excellence. True to its mission, SIOM has been fueling the industry with operations professionals churned out of its flagship MBA program in operations management exclusively for engineers since its inception in 2005. Owing to its contributions to the field of operations, SIOM has grown beyond laurels of best industry-related curriculum, and it is all geared up towards Industry 5.0 with inclusion of machine learning, artificial intelligence and IIoT. Providing an excellent industry interface, SIOM, now an operational excellence hub, attracts top recruiters for operations-related profiles. SIOM boasts of its alumni presence and recruiters network in top companies across the sectors, be it manufacturing, logistics, retail, e-commerce, hospitality, banking and financial services, consultancy, pharmaceutical, and many more. Surmounting credibility by corporate recruiters is an outcome of holistic and multidisciplinary engagement of students, be it technical expertise, leadership values, or social sensibility initiatives, strategically woven in overall learning environment. Backed with robust project-based learning, Harvard simulations, case studies, research orientation and strategic industry interface through research conference, guest lectures, hrsummit, Operations Summit Tattva, TEDx, and 2 internships. The students are all geared up to take on the challenges of rapidly evolving technological capabilities and value chain complexities, the critical areas of concern for every organization today. SIOM, with intent of knowledge dissemination, offers corporate training programs, customized certifications and consultancy services in the area of operations. Some of our past and current beneficiaries include multinational corporations like GE, GSK and many more. Connect to us for anything and everything related to operations.
SIOM pulsates with the conviction that future CEOs and industry leadership will emerge from operations and supply chain domain, and we feel responsible towards it. This citadel of learning and competency development is exclusively for working executives, MBA aspirants, and the corporates. We act as catalysts to fuel their careers and of course develop operations competencies within organizations. This love for our niche has developed key result areas which will impact your triple bottom lines very, very positively. A perfect symbiosis of industry and academia. SIOM is one-stop shop for everyone who is excited about operations management. I invite you to SIOM not just to fuel your talent supply chain, but also to engage with us on your operations expertise and experiences. Come, let's engage.
Connect to the best in operations. Engage with SIOM for operations excellence.
As rightly said by Margaret Mead, never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, concerned citizens can change the world. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has. I, Diksha Vagmare, on behalf of the Symbiosis family, take immense pride in welcoming you all to the third webisode of the 13th edition of our annual flagship conclave, Digital HR Summit 2021. Started in the year 2009, hrsummit has been the flagship event of Symbiosis Institute of Operations Management and the entire Symbiosis family. In the past, we have witnessed the confluence of experienced HR professionals, business leaders, and experts sharing their insights around themes like the unprecedented roots, collaborative intelligence, HR consumerization. The COVID-19 has grandly shaken all organizations, creating a complex and challenging environment for human resource management practitioners who need to find ingenious solutions to ensure the continuity of the companies and to help their employees to cope with their extraordinary crisis. Since this onset of this pandemic, leadership has been put to the test. So what would be the ultimate impact on leadership? What would be the real challenges faced? For leaders, the challenge of guiding people through uncertainty and into the new reality brings timeless needs into sharper focus. It's time to talk about this art of leadership, and we invite you to engage with us and be the wind of change, which leads us to our theme, Wind of Change, the art of high impact leadership. HR Summit 2021 would not have been possible without the generous support of our sponsors. We would like to thank our sponsors, our outreach partner, D2C Igniters Club, our gifting partner, Super Smelly, our knowledge partner, Novarex, our confectionery partner, The Dark Bite, our apparel partner, Ethnician, our global mentoring partner, CXO Mentors, our EdTech partner, Varzio, our listing partner, NovaFest. Now let me introduce you to Dr. Vandana Sonavne, the founding member and director of Symbiosis Institute of Operations Management, shifted to academics 27 years back after 12 years of corporate experience in electronic, FMCG, and service sector with profiles in brand liquidation, logistics service enhancement, SNOP, SCM, and consulting. Under her leadership, SIOM backed Best Industry Interface and Best Industry Oriented Curriculum every year since 2009. SIOM has received the prestigious Education Excellence Award 2018 by Confederation of International Accreditation Commission Forum in Delhi. Dr. Sonvane is the recipient of Distinguished Service Award for her contribution to fostering management research. She received the Indian Leadership Award for Education Excellence by All India Achievers Foundation, New Delhi, and the Outstanding B School Director Award in 2019. She's currently on the CII Maharashtra Task Force for Manufacturing and Innovation, and also a co-convener of Industry Institute Collaboration at CII Northwest Maharashtra Zone. She is on the National Advisory Board of SME Chamber of India. Dr. Sonvane acts as an independent director on the company boards. She is a member on the board of Symbiosis International Deemed University. Her keen drive for competency building, technology-oriented and corporate-linked learning system has been the game changer, with a vision of empowering and leading operations excellence for industry and communities at large. She pledges to fuel transformation and leadership competencies to medium and small firms in a constructive way. Let me now invite Dr. Vandana Sonvane ma'am to share a few words. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Diksha. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Thank you so much. Very, very good morning to esteemed speakers, delegates from all the HR fraternity, my own faculty and dear students, and specifically the team of HR Summit here. Always a proud privilege and a pleasure to welcome all of you to the HR Summit, year on year, and particularly so in this year because we're hosting it on the most contemporary theme. I think we've been talking about COVID quite a lot, and we've been talking about its impact on employees, on organizations, on profitability. It's time we talk about its impact on the leaders and leadership too. So here we are presenting you the second, I would say, episode of HR Summit 2021 on the most contemporary theme, the art of impact leadership. I believe leaders of today have a chance to fundamentally reimagine the ways of working, to engage people in myriad of ways. Yeah, to get things up and running back on the track. It's not going to be the same as it was years back. Like we used to say BC, before Christ and after death. It's time we call this era as after death C, that is ADC, after death of COVID. Things have changed, and imagine the toll it has taken on leaders and their leadership too. Is it impossible to lead organizations in ADC? No, it's not impossible. Yeah. These new lessons have, of course, taught us to be very, very dynamic in whatever circumstances they are. I think that it's a new game all out there. A very vibrant mix of communication technology, consumerism, socio-political changes, new ways of employee engagement, and all this has a great demand on the game of leadership itself. Yeah, it's a game of speed, it's a game of opportunities, risks, innovation, and relentless and absolutely unpredictable change. Can we take things for granted? Absolutely not. We cannot take things for granted. In fact, there's very little that we can take for granted, except taking agility, alertness, and high performing demand for granted. Yeah. So I feel it is a beginning, and at the same time it is the end of certain things that we have always been talking about. Yeah. What is required for business leadership here is scale, speed, and a very different definition of standards. Yeah. And that is what in this episode we will be talking about. We have absolutely a great galaxy of speakers who will engage you on different themes and topics to understand this ultimate impact on leadership and the challenges faced by leaders. How we really navigate through these winds of change is going to be the great experience that we are going to have. You know, these people are going to come with their experiences, their thought processes, and I think it's going to be a very, very enriching session. Like I said in the last week, I believe HR for me is hearts rekindled, hearts reborn, you know, and to get to the bottom of all these challenges is the only thought that is there in the minds of leaders and learners of leadership, that is our students itself. Yeah. So it is, of course, HR Summit is an exchange which is very transformational in ideas, and it gives great insights to people who are there out there in the HR field, of course, to the students also. So I welcome each one of you to this event, and I hope you enjoy this very, very enriching session all through the Saturday and Sunday. I always believe change of work is rest. So maybe it's a weekend, but this is going to be a very, very enriching and a different type of a recreation for all of us. So welcome to this episode, and thank you so much. Over to you, Disha. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your inspirational words and for setting the tone for the rest of the day. Now, moving on to our first session. Introducing our first keynote speaker of the day, Ms. Deepa Narayan, Vice President, Employee Success at Salesforce. Deepa Narayan has 26 plus years of cross-functional experience spanning telecom, internet, e-commerce, and CRM industries. She's currently serving as the Vice President, Employee Success at Salesforce India. She has worked with teams across continents in multicultural environment with a strong ability to lead teams, conversations, and decisions through collaboration and influence. She's an expert in scaling large organizations, turnaround assignments, culture building, leadership coaching, and building dream teams. Before Salesforce, she has been a part of other prominent companies such as Google, Flipkart, and Vodafone. She was an integral part of leadership coaching and building a high-performing culture to achieve business goals. Ms. Narayan is committed to working on diversity and has contributed to the space in all the organizations she has worked in thus far. She also supports the cause of promoting local handlooms and is associated with a few NGOs working with women, children, and weavers. Today, ma'am will address us on the topic, Respond, Recover, Thrive, Art of Crisis Management. The session consists of 30 minutes of keynote session, followed by 30 minutes of Q&A session. Meanwhile, I encourage the delegates to please post questions in the chat box. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Diksha, for the introduction. Dr. Vandana, nice to meet you. Nice to be here. Thanks for the invite.
Thank you. Thank you for being there.
I believe I'm back once again in Symbiosis, where I had the great fortune to study. Of course, I didn't do a full-time education like all of you, but it's really, really nice to be back here and interact with everyone. Has the event begun? And Suchi, are you going to be projecting the slides? Great. I'm just trying to see how I can see as many people, but yeah, looks like the slides have come up. So today I think we will be talking about crisis management, and it's not something which is new to us. We've all been through a hugely collective crisis in the last 1.5 years, and of course in several shapes or forms in many parts of our life. I want to start by saying I hope all of you are okay, fine, your family's well. And I'm looking forward to an interesting dialogue in the next 45 minutes. I do want to keep the deck short. I have a lot of information to share, but then I always believe that it's very important for us to engage in an interactive dialogue. I hope I can see a lot more faces when the deck is gone from the show. And that way it will feel like, we are absolutely in front of each other. So the topic is, of course, respond, recover, and thrive, how we manage crisis. When I was, talking to myself in the morning before a speech, I always like to get my own alone time. I was thinking art of crisis management, it's so difficult. Every time a crisis hits, honestly, it's the first time. It doesn't feel like we've rehearsed, and it doesn't feel like an art, though, of course, in some shape or form, it's possible to master how the crisis itself evolves. So I do want to take you through a few slides in the deck. If you move to the next slide. What we'll talk about is introduction to myself in true Salesforce style. I do want to introduce who is speaking to you today, a little bit about me, some interesting facts, and then, of course, the entire story of how we faced the pandemic in Salesforce, and how we learned our lessons, how we coped with it, and I think how we were able to really get our head above water, head and neck above water. And also a little bit of the shape of the future of workforce, and things that are gone and things that will change a lot. Not everything, again, we have answers for. Trust me, I think it's a journey we will all coach and learn together. But I'm sure there's a little bit of an inkling of the future, if I can say that. If we go to the next slide. And Suchi, thank you so much for running the slides. It's really, really great to be here with my colleague, Suchi. It'll be remiss of me if I didn't introduce. She's our enabler at work. She supports me at work, and she makes me look good. Let me tell you that. Next slide, please. If we roll, this is how I see myself. In fact, among the lot of pictures, in my 27, 28 years of my career, this is one picture which I looked at it and I was like, aha, this is like me, totally. Things that I love, the sari, as also the bike. The bike is a very interesting, blast from the past. It's something that my dad used to ride. And in several other institutions where I spoke, there was a quiz. But this bike, let me tell you, is called the Lambretta. And in my childhood, this was the bike. I mean, it's like a dead dinosaur. For today's people, it doesn't hold any significance. But this is the bike that we used to ride. And this put the seed of, what a little bit of freedom and liberty looked like. So I used to ride a lot of bikes. And the first time I rode a bike, I was about 16 with a learner's license, guys. But I think that was my introduction to 100cc bikes. And even today, bike riding is a part of my life. We do have a collection of Royal Enfields at home, and I'm an amateur bike rider. I'd like to do more than I do, but then I hope that's where I'll find my future happiness. So this is something that really introduces me even to myself. If you go to the next slide. This is again a quick, it's like a crash view on what my life is, my support systems, my safety net. Some people are missing. But to the left are friends that I grew up with since I was 5 years old, a group of very, very illustrious women, doctors, filmmakers, social entrepreneurs, all in that little box of 5 ladies. And then the center is my family, my siblings, my parents, of course, my dad, not with me in his physical form anymore. And of course, my spouse is for some reason missing in that picture. But yes, between my dad and my spouse, they have been my mentors, my guides, and my coaches. My mom will feel bad. Let me make a mention. She has taught me the entire art of discipline and managing self. And to the right is my team, my family at work. Again, some missing faces. But at any point of time, when I know that I'm in crisis, these are the folks that step forward and become my safety net. And they help me find my way through the crisis, help me respond rather than react, help me absorb my failures, help me learn. So that's who my little world is. Going forward, a quick view on my values. And this is, again, something that, my spouse, like I said, he's my coach. And then he said, if you stand for nothing, you will fall for anything. So we had a huge conversation on values. And for me, it really stepped up a few years back in terms of what are my values and how do I reflect on it. 5 years back, that relationship box actually looked like family and friends. But now it's moving towards a place where I like harmony in my relationships and be whoever, whether they are 40-year-old relationships, whether they are that ones that I formed recently, whether it's just someone that if you treat yourself as a passenger in a train and you're going somewhere, even if that person is there in front of you and interacting and you learned something and went away with some real joy or peace or happiness, then for me it really mattered that yes, relationships are the epicenter of how I look at my values. Gratitude is the second. I'm a person who is constantly grateful about my journey. It has always not been great. And my journey started even before me, when my dad immigrated from a very, very small village called Kolattur in Tamil Nadu, which I've never seen. But we come from a very small, one bedroom tenement, middle class family, which believed in education to be the deliverer of the future. And then that was the path I was put on. A couple of times when I know that life was almost snuffed out, I was involved in a very, very close to near-death accident. And that taught me that life is so precious and it's super fragile. So it's very important to live in the here and the now. Again, those that are around me, especially my spouse, likes to keep me very, very honest in terms of enjoy the present, and stop worrying about the past and stop incessantly obsessing about the future. But then I'm a lot of a dreamer, so I guess that will continue for me. And the last is very important for me, freedom. Is earlier it used to be about whether someone is inhibiting my personal expression, my personal style. Is someone constantly like guiding and maneuvering me? And how can I be my own authentic person and look at myself and accept my flaws and the way I am? Recently, it's been about me challenging myself rather than me being challenged by others. I realized that sometimes the characters in your life are not outsiders, but it's your own mind constantly dialoguing with you and putting certain beliefs that limit you. So I've started challenging myself in terms of how different I can be, and for every why, there's definitely a why not nowadays. So that's kind of my values. And if we move forward, and I believe that every time there's a crisis, guys, this is what I fall back on, is how can I really bring my values to the fore and how can they be my guiding light? So that's kind of how I look at crisis management itself. And this slide is, again, signifies how restless I am as in pursuit of life itself. And I think I've traveled a lot in the world, and I've set my foot on 6 continents. I've traveled about 40 countries in the world, and there's more to go, of course, and wherever I can put my tiny footprint. But then it's also something that reflects my passion for internal journey, not just my external one. And travel has been a huge coaching experience in itself in terms of how I find new things that I can bring to the workplace and my own personality. So let's go to the next slide. I think that was longer than I expected. So see if we can move. Let's talk about how we face the pandemic. And I'd like to interweave stories about, of course, I was like my own person going through the pandemic, and then also as head of HR, the business partner function for Salesforce. So I do have two roles to play, And then this slide is actually relevant to all of us in terms of how the scourge of 19 really, COVID-19 challenged us really hard. And it really nudged us to think what's happening to us, around us, all the choices and the infrastructure that we had erected in our minds, in our workplaces, at our homes, every single thing was challenged. And I think it has forced us to course correct. And it has actually helped us to polish a couple of things like how we face life with optimism, even if it looks like doom and gloom. How do you employ imagination, which I constantly try to do at the workplace, and compassion and empathy. One of the dialogues that's really emerging today is how we can bring compassion and courage together at the workplace. Can you imagine how difficult that is? To me, it sounded difficult, but right now we are in the workplace, we are actually going through the motions of blending both these. And I'm hoping that you'll ask me some questions around that as well. If we move to the next slide, let's look at this slide. What really tested us in Salesforce is, first of all, Salesforce in India. I'll talk about that. So I'll give you a little bit of the physical construct. We are a multi-business model. What this means is that we have technology, product, and marketing, which is an engineering function. We have business infrastructure, which is our IT teams. We have several support functions. We have the sales teams, and then we have the customer support and success groups. So each of these is like a mini organization, and they have their own rhythm. A lot of them can work remote. And sometimes engineers, you don't need to be at your desk to code. You can code from anywhere. That's how we've evolved the engineering organization. Customer support, you always thought, okay, this is a desk log job, 9 to 5 or 24/7. You need to be logged in. You need to be near the customer. And sales, for instance, we always thought sales jobs, you need to be with the customer physically, right? So this completely was tested for us because we all went remote. Suddenly, all the business continuity processes that we ran, BCPs, the mock drills, the test runs, the test trials, suddenly just I didn't feel like we were equipped enough. Not casting our aspersions on any team or person, but then it meant that suddenly we were in the midst of a really a pod boiler crisis. And all of us, 100% of us just went remote, which means we didn't have the kind of IT infrastructure that we needed. People were being onboarded remotely. Can you imagine our CEO, Arundhati Bhattacharya, one of our legendary, iconic leaders? We haven't seen her yet. We haven't met her in person, and we haven't shaken her hands. And she's coming to a technology organization after her beautiful stint in SBI. And sometimes I think, how have we enabled and equipped her to understand our culture? Trust me, she knows Salesforce better than anyone else now. But it's been an interesting 14, 15 months with her. Mental and physical wellness. What does it mean to take care of ourselves, in terms of course, physically being well, but also mental wellness has stepped up a lot. How do we stay connected? How do we become virtually collaborative, and really topping that up? And then the last one is work-life balance during unprecedented times. I'm sure you understand this just like me. The day starts sometimes in the kitchen, and I'm making breakfast for the family. Sometimes I'm on video mute, and it's so nice to see how easily everyone has accepted that's how life is. And then you're also having your meetings. You have kids attending their school meetings. You have elders who have other things to do. You have different family members all of us have made our bedrooms, mini conference rooms. And sometimes we are in density where 5 of us are living in smaller homes. We don't have luxury of working spaces. So that's kind of what we walked into. Let's see what on the next slide, how we emerged. And this is where the jigsaw pieces, if you see, started emerging. And we started figuring out that, like I said, right, values. How do you really make sure that you pivot around your values? Trust is our number one value in Salesforce. And we are very, very intentional about the culture that we build. And today I'm really a proud Salesforce employee who says that we actually transact on deep trust-based relationships. The second one I like to think is that consciously, I've worked in several organizations, great organizations. One thing Salesforce does very, very diligently is putting the employee front and center of everything that we do, whether it's a process, whether it's a transaction, whether it's one-to-one, whether it's one-to-many, whether it's policies being drafted. It's very important as a leader, all of you are future leaders. You will be leading great organizations. You probably have already been part of them, but it's very important to know that business is very important for sustenance, but employees run your business. I think whenever we talk about what leads to customer experience, for me, the experience has been great employee experience has led to greater customer experience. So I think that's one thing that I learned and we practice in Salesforce is putting employee in the center. The third thing is thinking quickly on your feet. Yes, we are in a crisis. We haven't really rehearsed. There was no curtain raiser. We are in the middle of it. How can we be quick, agile, thrifty, collaborative? How can we leverage each other's experience? And one thing that I saw in action was the COVID care program that we put together in Salesforce. A lot of us couldn't go to the nearest testing center. So we had to really deliver home kits home, make sure we provide quarantine facilities home to those that were having multiple COVID cases in wave 1 or wave 2. We made sure that we had signed up with hotel networks to make sure that people were safe. And of course, we all know we helped each other with whether it is oximeters, whether it's oxygen concentrators, the whole gamut of things. I think we crafted a really world-class COVID care program very quickly on the go, just as wave 1 was about to take off. And yes, it did test. It was tested deeply, but by wave 2, we further amplified it. The other thing that we did is to bring speaker series, some of the world's best speakers to the fore. One of the things that I deeply appreciated is how it is important to continue to keep the focus on you, keep that bulb and that light shining on you in terms of what you need to take care for yourself. I know I have joined a few sessions with my family in terms of how do you become gardening experts, about learning healthy diets. It's really helped. Sometimes even if it's not been relevant to me, it's been relevant to the family. Recently, we got a couple of world-renowned psychologists to talk to us. And that was very, very helpful because imagine you go to the workplace and you come back and you're expected to interact with the family for the rest of the hours, not during work hours. But here you are 24/7 by 365 living with the same people. Of course, there's bound to be some friction, and I can speak for myself. It's not been easy. And my story is that I have a couple of elders, a lot of visitors at home, and I need to juggle that. And of course, my spouse is a great help in that. We juggle duties between us, but how do you really make the home run as well as the office? So one of the things I learned from my CEO even is great teams are not just at the workplace. You also need a dream team at home. That's something that I learned is constantly reflect who's your home team. So these were some things that we really were able to base to emerge. And if we go to the next slide, these are things that absolutely worked. You can see the jigsaw really coming together and neatly fitting. And what I saw was very, very heartwarming. Deep sense of ownership. Everyone stopped expecting help and they really rose to the occasion and they became volunteers themselves. One of the examples I'll leave you with is in wave 2, I just saw that everything that I had worked, and this is my experience I'm telling you, is everything that I had engineered, how to take care, if things really become bad, how are we going to manage, what's the infrastructure, what's the medical support, which are the teams that will deliver. Wave 2, I became sick. My entire family was down and I was out of work for almost 2 months. So can you imagine the guilt that I would have gone through as an HR leader, not being there for my employees? But then I saw that the sense of ownership was so immense that every person became a COVID warrior. We had a lot of volunteers. Suddenly we used Quip as a collaborative document. So a lot of people brought their contacts, their the medical systems, where beds were available, where oxygen concentrators were available. And this was shared across the world. So that's what I'm referring to here. Not only did we help ourselves, but I love how Salesforce employees really went outside and helped the community as well. And that's what we believe at Salesforce is the business of business is also to take care of the world we live in. And I think that also crafted our power of purpose, our sense of purpose a lot. The other thing I'd really want you to know is how we designed our policies, keeping employees first. How will they work from home? What's required? How will their desk space look? What reimbursements are important for their fitness and their well-being? And all of that. So we quickly re-looked at our policies in terms of making that really friendly. Leadership, that's another thing. We had this entire chapter around work from anywhere and how we will succeed from anywhere. But now we are living in times where leaders need to figure out how to lead from anywhere. That's a very recent conversation again. We'll talk more about that, hopefully in our Q&A. And then, of course, it's very important to also arm your employees with the right tools and technologies. When you can't see anyone right there within 2 feet distance or 3 feet distance, how do you collaborate? How do you collaborate not just as a habit, but to win in times that we haven't rehearsed for? So I think one of the things we did is to also anchor around technology like our Quip documents, Slack now. We are all a Slack first company and we'll talk about that. So I think technology is also something that you may want to keep in mind when you drive your businesses, and especially when you're navigating through crisis, because that's the one thing that will help us crack things at scale. If we go to the next slide. So there's one slide which really wraps up how our journey moved from then till now. You can see on the left side, our reality back then before the pandemic was we were all office first. It's a 9-to-5 job, which also means that we would be there in the workplace 5 days a week. Now that's completely something that has been reinvented. We are a flex first organization. We were one of the first leaders of the industry to go flex first, which means clearly we knew that some of us would be in office. And there's a very important criteria to who would be in office and at what time. A lot of us would be remote. It's interesting how even the sales and the customer support teams have suddenly found, you know what, to be world-class productive, you don't need to be at the workplace anymore. We figured that out. And then a sliver of us would definitely want to be in office for a few things, whether they are team meetings, whether they are collaborative events, innovation runs and drives. But there's, again, the third aspect is how we can flex ourselves to be there maybe 1 to 2 days in office in a week. The second point is around how we were a very meetings-oriented culture to how we've gone to really thinking about, is it very important to be in the meeting? And especially in my team, I can tell you that we have a rule of one person being in a meeting. So if I see me and another colleague, we want to free up each other's time. For whom is it possible to attend? Who is the best person to attend? And can that person attend, provide inputs, come back and give us the update rather than mandatorily 2 and 3 people, because it's such a time sucker. You really want to save time. And we figured out that you want to divide and conquer rather than all of us attending the same meeting, because that's an old habit. We've already spoken about it. The other thing about being synchronous and asynchronous is you're slowly going towards time zones. Like you can opt to work in a pinned time zone. And you can imagine that at some point, maybe I would like to work between 12:30 and 10 in the night. Maybe it suits my lifestyle. And that's what I mean by pinning to a time zone, which is more the Europe, Middle East, and Africa hours. And some of us may want to pin to other time zones. So it's not anymore about which geography you live in. It's about which geography time zone that you want to pin yourself to. And lastly, but not least, we are in a very Slack first, Zoom first, Google Hangout first culture. We figured out that even our customers have learned We are helping each other cope. Our customers help us cope. We are helping them cope. So it's really not important to be in front of them all the time. There will be some times when we'll be intentionally together, but that could be fewer than what was earlier. So that's kind of the journey from then till now. I have one more slide. How am I doing on time? Yep. And then here's a few examples of how I think we brought the full power of Salesforce to India. I won't talk of everything, but I'll pick for you that what warms my heart is that we were very quick to put a very dedicated task force in place. The regional incident management team that we put forward has a lot of people from physical safety and security, resilience teams. We have our internal teams that really make sure that we are safe and know how to handle the safety, security, and the health paradigm at scale. A lot of the leaders, business leaders that formed the central committee who really managed throughout the COVID crisis. It's still work in progress. A lot of the in-kind and corporate donation to the tune of 6 million, impacting lives for 200,000 people. You can see at the other green box, the amount of volunteering hours, servicing 1,000+ requests. At one point, there was a task force of volunteers that was working round the clock when we were in the grip of wave 2, really helping people locate hospitals, oxygen concentrators, beds, doctors. But at a time when India was sleeping, other geographies were helping us, and we had a virtual volunteer force when India was in crisis. And then, of course, vaccination drives. A lot of the things that we do is also to help employees tide through financial support. You can imagine these times when a lot of youngsters are really out of homes, living together. Sometimes you have Wi-Fi issues. Sometimes you are really not set up to cook your own food, not set up to have your own finances sorted out. So those are things that we were mindful of. But this slide really shows how we thought of every single aspect of what a human life is going through during the COVID crisis. And it's also something that we consciously did is to employ wisdom of the crowds. You cannot know the answers sometimes within a group of 10, 15, 20. You'll have to go far out. So one of the things that we consciously did is to continue to talk to our employees and ask them to keep you honest, or rather us honest. What do you need more of? What are your challenges? We are rolling out this policy. Is it helpful? Constantly, we took feedback to make sure that they are well, their well-being is taken care of. Also one of the things that we did is to make more progress on the mental well-being aspect. So a few of us are certified by the Mental Health First Aid Institution of India to give mental health first aid. That's also something that we are going to explore over the next 5 years, I believe. So I will leave some space for Q&A, and I think I come to the last slide. But all I'll say as I conclude, and Suchi, if you can unproject, and if we can see some really warm and wonderful faces, all I will say is, oh, there you go. Hi, everybody. And I request those of you who can video unmute too, please. Of course, no pressure. But it's been great talking to you. It's, again, it's a recollection of a journey. It's not something that I'll talk from an expert standpoint as, look, I mean, this is the art of crisis management as the slide goes, and we've figured out a lot. These are individual experiences. I'm an individual just like you, learning, constantly getting coached, mentored. Of course, the job is an important one, but I always like to keep my mirrors close to me so that I'm reflecting on that. With that, I believe I've come to the end of my conversation.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for this wonderful session, ma'am. We shall move to the Q&A session now, and I request the delegates to please post questions in the chat box. So the first question we have is from Ranjit Walia, and it goes like, how should leaders ensure they not only demonstrate empathy, but also open themselves to empathy from others and remain attentive to their own well-being?
It's a great question. It's something like when you're in a flight, right? What do? You put the seatbelt on for yourself, and then you're told that if things hopefully don't require, but if you should put your oxygen mask first. I think one of the things we should never forget is self-care. And you have like these 3 circles. When you go through a leadership program, they tell you about the circle of the self, and then the circle of the family and your social circle, and then the other circle, which is your work circle. And everybody almost always, and again, this is just my opinion, I can tell you this, is I've always found that why do people have the smallest circle as me? Because the one that runs your world is you. So things that take care of the family, you take care of the family, you take care of work. So if you're going to be a pin-sized bubble and everything else is going to be big, then I have always challenged people to, how do you really do it? And I've had some interest. It's put me in the foray of interesting conversation, but then I've gently challenged people to think of the fact that the most important person is you. It starts with you. Put your seatbelt on, put your mask on, and make sure you are well first. Because if you are not well, how are you going to take care of anybody else, whether it's home or the workplace? Leaders, it's a very difficult journey, because leaders, we all grew up with the narrative that the minute you're a leader, the story about you is pretty much over. It's about others. But that doesn't mean you forget how to take care of yourself. So I think today we constantly dialogue, and that's also a part of leading from anywhere, is how do you make sure that you're taking care of yourself first? And also picking up skills that the future requires. The ability to not dialogue just from intent, but does your intent have technique? A lot of times I found that I want to express care and comfort for somebody else's mental well-being. We had some unfortunate incidents where we lost a few employees, and the world is going through that crisis. We all lost someone close and dear. But how do you manifest your intent is through techniques. So never forgetting to upskill for what the future will require. Mental well-being requires a lot of technique that is learned, and then you employ that into the dialogue. That's one thing that I learned in my course in NHFA is sometimes you can come from your intent and just say things that don't sound right at all. So I think it's very important for leaders to understand that the future is going to require skills that are very different. And the intersection between how you led in your past, pre-pandemic, and how you will lead in the next 10 years has already changed. So I think it's very important to keep that dialogue on. I don't know if I'm answering directly to the question, yes, but it's more like thoughts,
No, ma'am, you are answering to all of our questions. So, ma'am, the next question we have is from our very own director. So it goes like, leadership in crisis is not a need. Leadership in crisis is not a need, mechanical state of mind. How does one develop a business athlete mindset where you are in breakthrough possibilities? Could you share some quick tips on performance psychology in crisis from your own personal experience?
Wow, ma'am, Dr. Vandana, is this a test question? I hope I'll
No, please no. Just want to hear from you more, because you had such a wonderful presentation, very involved and engaging. Want to hear more of it. That's all.
No, thank you, Dr. Vandana, for asking the question. It's very important. What I learned, I will tell you, this is from my own experience, is that end of the day, no matter how complex your business is, whether it's technology, whether it is a sales business, whether you're in retail or e-commerce, I figured out the common denominator has to be things like, do you care deeply for people? And I'm not dumbing it down. It's the truth, is how deeply you care for people. And then how compassionate you are. Do you know how compassion looks like when it is in action, the meaning of action, and not just words? But I have learned that it's so difficult to be a student of compassion and empathy in these times. For example, I have a mom that's 78 and an aunt who's 88 living with me. And trust me, I've failed so many times in terms of being a compassionate human being. And I have no shame in being vulnerable to you, but it's a constant lesson. As long as, and I tell our leaders this, as long as you are a true committed student of the journey of what it means to be empathetic and what it means to be compassionate. My best friend told me when I was dealing with this crisis, and one day my failure moment was basically I lost my cool at home, and I was super ashamed. It didn't make me look good. And that day I was sitting on the steps with my best friend, and she told me, I said, what is this thing about compassion? And I'm a HR head of like whatever and the world's best companies, and I have 27 years and I'm failing here. And she told me something which I felt it was very profound. It helped me learn, is no dictionary can tell you that. She said, Deepa, being compassionate, you're trying to be a good daughter to your mom. Imagine what it would be to be a good mom to your mother. Try to be a good mother to your mother. Maybe that's compassion. And for me, it like kind of flipped the switch. I was trying to be like, can I be like the world's best doctor? But then she said, what your mom needs right now is a good mother. Try to, level up. So I think it's sometimes just that one person who comes and like gives you some profound coaching. And after that, I think I've decided to level up and practice a lot more patience, a lot more questions. Where are people coming from? And to stop applying judgment labels, like stop applying labels to everybody's head. You behave like this. Is this what you're thinking? Is this what your intention is to de-label people. We are not cans of sugar and chai or chini. We are all people. So I think the de-labeling has helped me a lot, but deeply thinking, not reacting, but just pausing. And she said, stop, pause, breathe, think what's happening. If you want, remove yourself from the situation. And my spouse tells me, every time you feel the impulse to like leap and react, just pause, And I think these two people helped me really figure out the psychology behind how I respond. And then when I'm able to respond, I see things very, very clearly. And the third thing I keep in mind, Dr. Vandana, is what my dad told me, who's not with me anymore, is, let not the external storm affect the internal calm. That's one thing he told me, and he left, is, the storm is outside. The minute you let the storm inside, your response management changes. So these are things that help me. And sometimes in leadership dialogues, we talk about it and, we coach each other. But I hope that answers your question now.
Very much. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. We also have one more question by Sumit Srivastava. It goes like, COVID-19 has fundamentally changed the culture of the workplace. In setting up the next new normal in a crisis, how you have distributed work and deployed your workforce to keep your people engaged in your organization?
Wonderful. Thank you for asking this question. Sorry, who has asked this question?
Sumit.
Sumit. Thank you, Sumit. One of the things that Salesforce does well is to empower leaders to really manage their business. Every leader has a business model. Some leaders manage businesses that are the customer success business. Some manage IT operations or business technology, like we call it in Salesforce. Some of us are in sales, some of us are in ES, which is employee success or HR, but that's the flexibility of how you manage your business, because you only know your business. You know what the body of work looks like, you know your employees, you know the end customer, whether it's an internal customer or external customer. So one of the things that Salesforce put in press is how we will flex work from here on, the in-office, in fully remote, or the flex category, which is how you walk into office 1 to 3 days a week, work week, is really to design flexible team agreements at the end of your team. Sit down with your team, talk about what it looks like to conduct your business. What does it look like to espouse values of Salesforce? What does your business need? What is the requirement of the customer? And I think we co-create these team agreements, and every team, right now this is work in progress, but every team as we speak, both locally and globally, is bringing together agreements that will tell us how we will work. Now, these are not things that can get locked in fast, because these are like, this is the first time. The last pandemic was 100 years back. None of us were here, but this is work in progress. And we never forget to, again, tell each other that these are medium gestation problems to be solved. Not expected to be solved this weekend, not expected to be solved this month. But what is important is, how is everybody comfortable? How is your customer comfortable? How are you comfortable as a leader? And I think that's where it is. So these things do take time. We've been at it for a few weeks. It'll take another few weeks by the time we close agreements. But then one of the things that we also know is that nothing is locked forever. You have to revisit how your goals are, your business goals, how your performance is, how you agreed to work and keep your work culture every 3 months, and sometimes even more often than that. So I think these are things that are in an iterative loop where you commit to working on something, you co-create with your team, and then you look back and employ feedback and make it better and better.
Correct, ma'am. Also, we have one more question by Hetal Zaveri. So it goes like, no one knows how long this pandemic will last. So how can organizations continue to promote learning and innovation, both on the fly and after the pandemic ends, to increase their agility and resilience?
Hetal, very, very important question. I didn't speak to you about Salesforce's commitment to constant learning and innovation. And thanks for giving me the opportunity. One of the most beautiful things about Salesforce is our e-learning platform, Trailhead, where constantly we are trailblazing, we are learning new skills, we are adding more badges. It's a gamified platform which helps you learn new skills. You're also able to learn through case studies, quizzes, and it's also an open platform. But this is something that we constantly tell ourselves is, be a trailblazer. A lot of us are rangers, which means 100+ badges, double rangers. But through this gamified platform, we have a lot of courses on Trailhead, which are also going towards what are the skills that the future will require and the fourth industrial revolution that we talk about. So we have a deep commitment to learning, and our platform facilitates it. We also have a huge array of courses that cater to people that are new managers. Can you imagine someone who's finished college during the pandemic and is a new manager? Many of you are probably in that cusp, but there are courses that we have designed at scale and for people that attend virtual classes in terms of what it means to be leading here and now and from here on. So we do both, is classroom style, but also we really like to blaze a lot of trails on Trailhead. My team, I know, is doing way better than me. That much, and I think they continue to inspire me on that.
Yeah, sure, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. There's one more question. So it goes like, first, she's thanking you, and your presentation just show us how humanity as a whole can grow. And I have just one question here. How did you manage the planning and transportation for the concentrators and medical needs for the people under quarantine?
At a very high level, Abdul, I think, first of all, thanks for the question. This was something that was done by a task force. You remember we had put a incident management team for every region. And then there's a huge base of volunteers that really come together. So essentially, it was the task force, it was the specialists, and it was the volunteers that basically brought all the resources together on documents. Especially for the latter part, I can tell you that hospitals, doctors, ICUs, beds, availability of oxygen concentrators, we had poured in information. We had collaborated with a lot of industry bodies as well. But also up top, at a very high level, Salesforce as an organization made sure to transport 6,000 oxygen concentrators to India, and through a lot of the medical NGOs, we have been able to deploy it for India itself. It's still work in progress, and those that are requiring it are able to avail. But that's kind of what we've been able to do so far.
Okay, ma'am. We have one more question from Amit Diwan. It goes like, decision makers often find themselves drowning in data, yet truly vital information is not available. How important is it for leaders to rely on their trust to make tough decisions?
Thanks, Amit. Very important to not get caught in analysis paralysis. End of the day, data can only do that much. But what is more important is, what are the anecdotes and what is validating your data? One of the things that we saw during the pandemic is that the wave one was a very, very poor rehearsal for wave two. Wave two came and just crashed all of our infrastructure, challenged all of our mental faculties, our leadership styles and theories, all of it. Whereas I know that several sets of data modeling was happening until that point, wasn't it? In terms of how it would evolve, and even our own rehearsal at some point was failing, because end of the day, you can't tip the country's infrastructure. You're limited by what your country has to offer. And at that point in time, the number of cases that we had, I remember May 6th, we were close to about 415,000 cases in the country. And that's the known number, right? So I think at any point in time, the lesson learned here is data, but it's very important for leaders to continuously sharpen their intuition, their analytical abilities, the ability to figure out anecdotes, talk to people and find out what they think about the data, what data sets do they have, how are their thinkings evolving, and what are the anecdotes from your employees. So you have to continue to talk to your teams, your employees, the larger base of the employees, your customers, because these anecdotes will validate whether your data is really stepping in the right direction or not. So we do have several surveys, but for every survey, I don't think we just look at the numbers that the survey gives. We also look at what is the anecdotal data stepping up, who is saying what, who's heard something, what are the examples around us. I think those things are very important. So that is also a form of data, I believe, but it's very important to not look just at numeric data that a survey generates, but also to look at anecdotal data that is emerging from the system itself.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for answering these questions, ma'am. We have one more question. So it is from Amir, and it goes like, striking the balance between getting things done and operating business as usual when a crisis creates anything but normalcy may be the most challenging job of a leader. How to balance being an inspirational and comforting leader while continuing to push on performance?
Yeah, this is thank you for asking this question. I can't find the question on the chat just to read it, but yeah, yep, I find that now. What an awesome question, Rohan. Here, I will say that you remember this conversation that we had during this presentation about how to combine compassion with courage. That's a very important conversation that's going on within Salesforce right now. At a point, it was very evident that it was life first. I remember being told that when I was sick, I remember being told by my leaders that what's very important is for you to come out healthy from this crisis. So at that point, was it important to make a courageous conversation about performance? There were several others that are sick like me. But all of us decided as a team that our single most focus and goal should be to get out of this bad place alive and feel better and get better. So at that point, we prioritized our health and we said everything can wait. Operations can wait. Taking surveys can wait. Taking certifications can wait. What is important is let's first get out of this dark place. And once we are fine and people around us are okay, because at that point, I mean, what is fine, right? It is all relative. People are still coping with grief of their of the loss that they've faced. So it's very important to understand the context and to dialogue with them in the face of that context. Of course, we have to run a business. Of course, sales numbers have to be met. We have to meet revenue goals and customer satisfaction and so on. But I think as a leader, it's very important to sharpen your ability to deeply listen, to employ intention of care, and to walk your values and the talk of your values absolutely before you employ the courage part in performance. But it's not easy. It's something that the new norm and the new curve has brought, but we have to continue to exercise this muscle and build muscle. But deep listening is very important. I think sometimes there are times when I think I'm talking too much and I have to remind myself, and I enroll reminders in people to, please make sure that you are getting me to listen, because listening is a fundamental key to opening other doors.
Thank you so much, ma'am, and thank you so much for answering all our questions. So in the interest of time, we will now end the Q&A session, and we will go back to the assigned breakout rooms for 10 minutes where you can network with each other. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Great. So is it time for me to thank everybody and wish you a wonderful weekend? I wish you a lot of good health and beautiful careers, and I hope to meet some of you or many of you in the future in person. But I do want to thank you for the opportunity, Dr. Vandana and Dr. Yashumandira, but also the student committee that really brought this opportunity for us to have this conversation together. So with that, thank you and have a wonderful weekend.
Thank you, ma'am. We would love to meet you on campus. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank
Thanks,
you, Deepa.
Suchi.
Thank you,
For running the
Suchita.
slides.
Thank you.
Bye.
We'll catch up. Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Before we move on to the next keynote speech of the day, I would like to thank our event sponsors for their generous support. Our outreach partner, D2C Igniters Club, our gifting partner, Super Smelly, a knowledge partner, Novarix, a confectionery partner, The Dark Bite, our apparel partner, Ethnician, our global mentoring partner, CXO Mentors, our edtech partner, VUCA, our event listing partner, NoahFest. We will now go on to the next keynote session of the day, keeping the momentum and learnings from the prior session. Let me introduce you to our keynote speaker, Mr. Srikant Kalyanasundaram, Deputy General Manager, Human Resources at John Cockrell India Limited. Mr. Srikant is a proud engineer turned human resource professional currently working in John Cockrell India Limited. He has a rich experience of over 2 decades encompassing both technical and human resource domain and has been associated with leading companies such as Owens Corning India Limited and Kirloskar Pneumatics Limited. Added to that, he is a member of some of the esteemed societies such as Leaders Excellence at Harvard Square Society for Human Resource Management, National Human Resource Development, and the Society for Training and Development, to name a few. With his plethora of expertise in the field of human resources, which include talent acquisition, learning and development, performance management, and employee engagement, he intends to unleash the true potential in human capital, which drives an organization to its success. Today, Sir will address us on the topic, a volatile market transition from war for talent to war of retention. The session consists of 30 minutes of keynote speech, followed by 10 minutes of Q&A session. Meanwhile, I encourage the delegates to please post questions in the chat box. Over to you, sir. Thank you. Sir, I think you are on mute.
Thank you, Diksha. Thank you, Dr. Vandana, for inviting me for this hrsummit 2021. I can able to share my screen?
Yes, sir, you can.
It's visible?
Yes, sir.
So, good morning, all. Today, the very key topic is the war for talent to the war of retention. See, today, what we talk about war is nothing who we acquired. We acquire talent, we acquire human potential, and we retain them. Because when we talk about talent, the first topic is how to acquire talent, and today's the world of pandemic, we talk about how to retain them also. So one of the key quotes over here is by World Economic Forum: talent is precious resource, skill revolution is the key for future. So this is very important when we talk about war of talent, when we talk about war for retention. So today in this world of pandemic, there is a huge paradigm shift in the ways of working, because last 2 years, everyone was working virtually, including the institutions, including the organizations. A lot of new ways of digital technology has been implemented across the globe. So when we talk about talent, we always, as a leader, as an organization, you have to place the talent part of the business, which is very, very, very critical. So this becomes actually today's, we can say the war is not over, it still is on. So some data as on 2021, July 2021, this is of July 2021, 2% of the people thought the war of talent is over, only 2%. And they also thought of that talent is very easy to find in 2021. But as an organization, overall 65% have said they want the best people on board because they need to rebuild with the new set of work culture because of the pandemic in place. and 33% have said that top talent would remain unchanged. Demand for top talent would remain unchanged. Because if you see this survey details, the organization want the best people on board, which is 65%. When we talk about demand for top talent, that remains unchanged, which is earlier also it was around between 33 to 40%. But in July 21 survey, it says 33%. So this is very, very critical in today's scenario where we talk about war of talent. When we talk about war of talent, or do we have a right talent available in the market for the right job, with the right skills, for the right roles, or the right positions? Today, when we talk of talent, as an organization, when we go for recruitment activities or talent acquisition activities, there is a huge shift. If you go back in 2008, 13 years back, and now, there's a huge shift in the process. Today, we are working virtually. How we need to attract the talent, because there is a real scare in the talent, because we need continuous upskilling with the right position for the right job with the right candidate. So when we talk about the talent scarce, whether we have the right qualifications, I'll give you an example for this. Way back 5 years back, I was recruiting for a position of a project management position. This candidate has having around 10 years of experience, 10 years of experience with a project management experience of 10 years. But what is that in the project management is required? Today, that time, the certification was not much of given importance. But today, the certification of project management, that is one skill organization is looking. That is where we are looking at. Talent scarce, yes, it's not the question of talking of experience. It's not a question of how the candidate is, whether we have real skills for the right role, which is very, very important. If you don't look at that right skill, then that person will not be in the right place for that right position. This is very, very important. And at the same time, when we talk about business, how we are going to attract talent? Corporate campus placements are going on. How are we going to attract talent? Are we ready to attract talent from the business perspective? Here, one more example I'll give you. You need to give experience to the candidates when we want to attract the talent. 13 years back, when I joined this organization, the first day is not an interview for me. First day, they didn't call for me for the interview. They want me to see the manufacturing setup, whether this person will be able to attract by this organization. They need to give the experience, candidate's experience. In organization, we call this a employee experience. Here, when you want to attract talent from outside, then you need to give a candidate experience. You talk about the organization, talk about the values, talk about the purpose, talk about the product. You have to brand, because when we don't brand, then you cannot able to attract the talent from outside. So this is very, very important. And when we talk about war for talent, today's pandemic situation and last to 5 years, if you look at it, in the organization, loyalty is diminishing. What is loyalty? Loyalty is not people don't believe in the organization. It's the loyalty. People work for the organization for 15 years, 20 years. Today, candidates work only for minimum 3 to 5 years. That 5 years is I'm talking of the larger extent, but minimum 2 to 3 years. That is where the candidate is looking for an organization, not for settling down in an organization for 10 to 15 years. That is really diminishing today, because today millennials and Gen Zs are not looking for 5 years, 10 years in an organization. They look at the organization for values and purpose. When you talk of war for talent, are we competing the talent inside internally, or we talk about talent externally? For me here, when we compete the talent, to my view here, first we need to identify the internal talents. Are we ready to upskill them? Whether our talent have the learning curve for the upskilling. Whether organization is providing self-directed learning. So these are the main points to attract talent internally. When we don't find talent internally, for example, if we have a succession planning in place in the organization and that particular group of people are not able to compete for that position within the next 3 to 5 years, then the organization is looking at, yes, we don't have talent within inside. We need to look for talent outside. A person coming from outside, what organization is looking for? About the skilling, reskilling, certifications, all these things is very important. That's why I said today's scenario, when we look at it, the online learning, lot of things are available in the marketplace for e-learning, but e-learning doesn't make our skills up at the rate of, we can say 100%. It's us. We need to look at a self-directed learning. What is in that as we are looking to give back to the industry? Because what happened is when we are looking talent outside, it doesn't happen out of 500 candidates called for the campus, only 10 are selected. Why? Somewhere or other we are losing. Every individual has a potential. Every human has got a talent, but everyone has a different perspective of what he wants to learn, upskill himself. Because organizations are looking on specific skill sets today, specific skill sets. For example, for IT industry, if we look for talent outside, they are looking for maximum of coding. For an engineer, for the campus placement, they are looking for coding. For mechanical engineer, they're looking for coding. Whether a mechanical engineer can able to do coding, most of the candidates not able to do that, because this is where we need to have this upskilling. The word upskilling, I will insist during all these my presentations, because upskilling is the key to build up the talent, externally or internally. So how we are going to grow the talent within internally? Today, we have many of the organizations have the leadership targeted development activities for their own career growth. Once that put in place, as an individual, they have the ability to have a self-directed learning, because there is a time frame to complete that activity. When you go out and buy talent, there is a different requirement comes in place. The leaders need to understand today, when you are going out to buy talent, first we need to understand what is the requirement for the organization, what candidate is expecting, whether that matches the organization's requirement versus the candidate's expectation. If there is a mismatch, you're not able to buy talent. But growing within the organization, yes, we need to develop, we need to nurture them through a continuous process of learning and development activities. We need to appoint a coach, assign a coach to an individual for that individual to grow within the organization. Sometimes we fail in doing that. So there, the internal growing of internal talent Mr. B fails, then organization looks for talent outside. So this is very, very important. So as per the World Economic Forum, by 2025, these are the top skills sets required, because in 2030, millions of jobs are moving into automation. So from, if you see the manufacturing, you have now industry has started 4.0 and smart manufacturing. When we talk about smart manufacturing, there is a less manpower used, and sitting at home, one can operate that equipment, one can programming that equipment. So that is the level of technology, that is the level of skills is going to come in the marketplace. So these are the top 10 skills which is given by World Economic Forum. You see here, innovation, that is one key skill. In an organization, we are talking of war for talent. Are we very innovative today? Our organization is doing some innovation for the products, for the people. So there are a lot of things we need to innovate. I'm giving one example. When you want to retain the talent, there's a process in the organization, standard operating procedures. You need to relook it. When it developed in 10 years, 15 years back, that doesn't work today. We need to relook. We need to innovate something. So that one innovation is very, very critical skill. When we talk about active learning, upskilling, through the process of upskilling, this is very important when you are doing the learning activities. And what is my active learning? What is my learning strategies? Are we able to solve the problems what we are facing day to day? Today, there is a lot of problems coming in, a lot of complex problems. Not I can't say simple problem, a lot of complex problems. When we talk about complex problem, yes, through technology itself, use of technology, yes, there are some problems coming in for digital transformation. Since from my experience point of it, I learned this digitalization last 2 years since the pandemic of March 2020. Earlier, we are working physically. We are an engineering organization. So we are not using any work from home activity. Today, we transform from a physical activity to a virtual working from home, because that one skill we told our employees to learn, upskill themselves, because this is the need of the hour. So within that 3 months of time, everything got changed. Everything got changed. This is one critical point where your talent doesn't leave during this pandemic. Very, very important. continuous upskilling them, providing learning activities. So once they start upskilling them, they become creativity. They become creative thinking. Leaders need to have a social influence. So these are some of the top 10 skills which has been given by World Economic Forum. This is a source from World Economic Forum. This is very, very important. Everyone working on this today. If you see today, pandemic, we talk of resilience, we talk of empathy, we talk of stress, we talk of tolerance, we talk of flexibility. So all these skills, we already started working on it. But continuous upskilling is very important. So what my take on war for talent is, don't waste your talent. Every talent has got a potential. Every talent has got a potential. So here I would like to take a poll. May I request to launch a poll questionnaire now? So if you see the questions over here, all these are today's what we talk about, work or talent. Wow. Again, the first, I'm not getting 100% over here. "25 participants participated out of 106. "39. Let me have a few more minutes so that others can also vote. "50% have participated. Okay, we have 60 participants, 59 participants participated. Can we close the poll? See the again, we talk about skill gaps. It has 41%. 41%. There is a huge skill gap. There is a huge gap in today's requirement because every industry has a different requirement. So how we are going to address that? I am giving one short snip on this over here. So I got an invite from National Skill Development Corporation of India. National Skill Development Corporation of India. So this is this is the institute where a lot of upskilling is happening. So through the management of entrepreneurial training institute in collaboration with National Skill Development Corporation, so there are a lot of certified trainings are happening virtually. So I got certified through this because Government of India is looking for trainers to be certified to come and give the training like to the institutions, to the schools, to the industry. So this is This is a huge learning, and we can address the skill gap through this program, because there's a different topics of training. So if I share this result, you see 41%. So we can close the poll. So addressing skill gap is the key for today's pandemic situation. Also needs that, because yesterday I was talking to someone, they're talking of digital transformation skills. Can you imagine? This is a certified program. So this is one upskilling program industry is providing today. How and as an individual can give an digital transformation for an organization. When you are contributing to an organization, how one can transform from a physical to a digital over a period of time. So that is one certification. So this is one example I'm giving over here. So moving to the next topic. For all these things, I can't say it's a human resource, it's a human potential. So human resource department or human potential department. So earlier we used to have the system of personal manager who takes care of the employee queries, all employee concerns, all these things way back. I'm talking of 15-20 years back. Today, human resource or human potential acts like a human business partner. They are partnering with the business. So through the attracting the talent, what I can say, human business partner plays a very, very critical role. They are one of the key strategic partner for the business. They are the influential storyteller, because without that, this partnering will not happen. They need to part of this influential storytelling. They have the independent voice of independence. If anyone has a concern, human resource business partner plays a very key role in this. They also act as a coach and a mentor during the process of learning, process of upskilling the employees. And they also the key personnel for driving the culture across the organization. Human resource business partner, they are the very key person to drive the culture across the organization. So without human resource business partner, this is very, very important to retain the talent, how we are going to attract the talent, how we are going to look for the talent within, inside or outside, how to coach them through upskilling, learning activities, through succession planning, to build them in the next 3 to 5 years as a leader. So these are the very, very important part. They play a very important role for the business as a strategic partner. Without this, success never happen. So when we talk about when we talked about war for talent, we going to talk about the war for retention. How we are going to retain the employees. Here, before that, There is a small poll. May I request to launch the poll? How to retain them? This is basically what are the key strategies for retaining the employees? Wow. $29 out of 107. Let's wait for a few more minutes. Okay, 56% have polled. Okay, we can end the poll now. Share the result. So if you see this, I'm not able to. Can you share the result? Poll result?
Sir, the results are shared.
Okay. So if you see this, the percentage is 68% of participants have said integrate learning into employee experience. Today, employee experience is a separate role since the last start of pandemic. Organization has started recruiting for employee experience manager. This is the role. So you see the poll result. So for the talent to retain, employee experience is very, very important, either through integrated learning, either through a lot of offers, benefits and offers organization is providing. It's not money. It's not money. It's the purpose and values. How one organization is inculcating their purpose and values in each of them. Each of them. This is very, very important. So when we talk about how to retain the talent, this is one key thing today's millennials and Gen Z are looking for. What organization is giving for me? What is in for me? Whether the organization providing for my personal development. It may be anything which is through online learning, e-learning, or maybe a self-directed learning or a certification program. So I give you one example for this. We did a certification course, arrange a certification course. It's not the question of money. It's a question of values. So what we did is we given a certification program we conducted in-house by the external team. About 30 participants participated. Out of 30, almost 25 people have got certified. Can you imagine the involvement when you do the development activities? They put heart and soul to get that certification, heart and soul. So that is what candidates are expecting, employees are expecting. Also, when we talk about all certifications, appreciation. It's not rewarding them with something like gift coupon or it's just yes, yes, boss, you have done the best of the things you can. You say thank you. You give a handwritten thank you letter. That makes a lot of sense. Not an Amazon e-voucher. A handwritten thank you card that has a 500% impact than giving an Amazon e-voucher. So this has impacted. One more thing, when we talk about purpose and values, when talking retention of employees, for festival, organization you used to give gift, right? So instead of gift, from the top leadership team, a handwritten letter to the family members, asking them, how are you? This is the festival time. We would like to say thank you for your valuable contribution. So this one letter, this is where, as a leader, they have a very high impact, good quality leadership. Bad quality leadership, people leave the organization. Bad politics, people leave the organization. Leaders has to impact in each of the employees in the organization. What impact are they doing? Simple handwritten letter has a 500% effect. As an organization, we need to delegate the responsibility. See, when we delegate the responsibility, the authority automatically comes. One cannot do everyone's job. So to retain them, yes, I have the responsibility. Then responsibility and authority goes hand in hand. So that is where the decision making skills, problem solving skills, all these things will come into play. So when we talking of retaining the talent, when you don't give the responsibility, people don't take the job very easily. They get frustration. Where I am today, whether I am in the wrong place or not, they start thinking of it. So responsibility, giving responsibility as a part of high impact leadership is very, very important. Yes, during pandemic, last 2 years, everything has been changed. Is not that money, it's that benefit what organization is giving to the employee to retain them. For example, organization has re-looked into the policies and procedures on their leaves. For example, during the pandemic of COVID, organization has come up with a 1 month leave or 14 days quarantine leave, 28 days quarantine leave. So these saw some benefits organization has re-looked what as a employee going to experience it in case if he or she affected by this pandemic. It's not only for these employees, for the family members. Organization is looking beyond. Organization is looking beyond employees. They are looking for the benefit of their family members too. So what is that benefit as a candidate is expecting during this pandemic? While they are working from home, whether their self and family members' health and well-being, how they are going to monitor. So these some benefits, which is attractive benefits, what I can say, health checkup benefit. Today, people don't go for health checkup, but at the same time, we can do a virtual yoga session. That is one benefit organization giving every day morning from morning 6 to 7. This is compulsory for all employees to attend this. This is one policy organization has re-looked upon. Because today's scenario, organization is looking at health and well-being of its employees and their family members, not only for employees. Employee value proposition, EVP. This is very critical for any organization to retain them, because the word of mouth, you always say, has an ample effect for any individual. Word of mouth. So this is very important. Hope I am not running out of time. So EVP has a very greater role in today's scenario. Organization is looking at it, each of the employee value proposition. Today's everyone is working virtually. How work-life balance is maintained? Today people are working 24 hours, 18 hours. How, as an organization, we look and provide a work-life balance to his employees so that he can spend some time with his family members.
Sir,
Yeah.
5 minutes are left.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
So when we talk about work-life balance, is not only the working time hours. You give a holiday, special holidays for a week or 5 days. So this is also providing some of the attractive for the employees or the candidates. See, these are the expectations for the new millennials and Gen Z. What is organization is providing me today? That is a great proposition from an organization perspective. When we talk about employee engagement, it's not how employees are engaged in activities. It's more than that. Whether organization is providing a right tool today, because everyone is working virtually, whether all digital process has been enhanced on this laptop, whether you have provided the internet facility, whether they are able to connect frequently virtually, because employee engagement doesn't mean bringing employees and making some fun activities. That is one part. But providing a right tool to perform his job or not, that is very important. Number one. Number two, providing flexibility in working. Flexibility in working. That is the second thing. Third thing, if anyone did a mistake, you say, okay, fine, you do better next time. That's it. So that is something as an employee feels from his heart. So when we talk about high impact leadership, leaders has to play a very critical role today in connecting employees. Again, I'm talking on 3 C's: communicate, communicate, communicate. That is the mantra in today's virtual world. When we don't communicate, we don't get what we want from the employees. When we don't get, employees are not motivated because they feel they need to have a dialogue between the leadership or the team leaders. For that, human resource business partner has to play a very critical role, bringing them on the same platform. Very, very important. Otherwise, employees are not feel engaged. They are demotivated. They are stressed. At the end of the day, they feel they're not part of this organization. That's how your employee leaves. So they has to feel they're part of this family. For that, as a leader, you need to inculcate the purpose and values of organization in each of them. When you are hiring talent from outside, again, the organization has to communicate back for the purpose and value why we are hiring you. So this is very, very important as part of high impact leaders. The next, I said rightly, today millennials, they're not looking for money, they're looking for purpose and values. This is very, very required for an organization to look upon this. So 5 key actions in today's pandemic situation. Five key actions for an organization or a leadership team. Reduce uncertainty among the employees. You have to mitigate fear and anxiety. You need to have an exponentially flexible work environment, because today hybrid work environment, government has started relaxing the norm. What happened? Some of the organizations are calling back the employees to the workplace. So some are still working at home. So we are today in the hybrid work culture. So you need to have that flexibility. Again, I'm reiterating, focus on purpose and values. The last part is social determinant of health and wellness. It's a entrepreneurial as a leader, as a high impact leader, it automatically comes from within to communicate back, go back to the society, help them. So these are the 5 key actions in today's scenario where as an organization can look for retaining the talent. So the world of work needs human capital. So give them reasons to join and stay back. We are happy employees. That's it from my side. Riksha, over to you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for this wonderful session. Sir, since we are running late out of time, so yes, we will collate the questions and we'll send it to you. Hope that's okay, sir.
No issues. One moment. I'll just stop. Okay.
Thank you so much, sir, for this session, and thank you everyone for being here and providing us with an enthralling session. With this, we now come.
You have any many questions?
Yeah, sir. Actually, there were many.
Okay. I can, if your time permits, 1 or 2 questions I can take.
Actually, we are running out of time,
okay,
sir. We will collate the questions and we'll send it to you. You can
answer. Sure. Okay.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
So with this, we now come to the closure of the first half. We will resume the second half in 10 minutes. The breakout room is open where you can take a break and network with each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Diksha.
Thank you, sir.
From the words of Sheryl Sandberg, COO of Facebook, leadership is about making others better as a result of your presence and making sure that the impact lasts in your absence. Welcome back to the Digital HR Summit 2021. I hope the networking break was engaging and value-adding. I'm Anirudh Kaushik and I am honored to be the host for the upcoming sessions. Before we move on to the next keynote speech of the day, I would like to thank our event sponsors for their generous support. We extend our thanks to our gifting partner, Super Smelly, our knowledge partner, Novarex, our confectionery partner, The Dark Bite, our apparel partner, Ethnician, our global mentoring partner, CXO Mentors, our EdTech partner, Verzio, our outreach partner, D2C Igniters Club, and our event listing partner, NoFest. We will now go on to the third keynote session of the day, keeping the momentum and learnings from the prior sessions. Let me introduce you to our next keynote speaker, Mr. Manish Bharadwaj, Lead Talent Management for Global Manufacturing Operations at Dr. Reddy's Laboratories. Mr. Bharadwaj's distinguished experience spans over 22 years in the field of human resources and across multiple leading organizations such as Mitsubishi Electric India Private Limited, Schneider Electric, ABB, and HUL to name a few. He has pioneered several strategic functions, including employer branding, HR transformation, workforce management, talent acquisition, and many more. With this plethora of expertise, his purpose is to lead businesses towards achieving their objectives by aligning their functional strategies towards the same. An alumnus of SIOM HRD, having practical outlook and strong interpersonal skills, he surely has established himself as a leading HR professional. We thank him for joining us today and extend him a very warm welcome. Today, Sir will be addressing us on the topic Parakram, tackling innovative disruptions in HRM. The session consists of 30 minutes of keynote speech, followed by 10 minutes of Q&A session. Meanwhile, I would encourage the delegates to please post their questions in the chat box. With this, I'll hand it over to you, sir. Sir, you're on mute. If you could please unmute.
Yes. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Thanks, Anirudh, and good morning to all of us. Dr. Vandana, Dr. Yashomandira, and entire SIOM team. Thanks for that. So the topic given to me is quite energetic. So I think all of you would have had your breakfast and everything. If not, we'll have it together. So I'll move and I'll try to put my screen on projection. If someone can guide me how to do, I don't use Zoom normally. A share screen, yes. Share screen and share, and now we come to this. Okay. Is my screen visible to all of us?
Yes, sir. It is visible.
Thank you. Good. So I'll keep this window down and we'll start speaking on. The topic is innovative disruption. Oh, sorry, something is wrong. I think I also created some innovation which says no, which is more sin driven, which is more our resources. So that's what happens when you're disrupting things. So what is disruption? I need to correct it, but I'll do it in the later slides. So point is, how do we disrupt ourselves? When we're disrupting, the meanings change. S, one step ahead, becomes sin. Innovative, NO, becomes a bit negative. NO, no. Resources are only ours. No, it's for all. And who human? All of us. So many things pop up when you just start disrupting things. So that was the idea. It's not by mistake. It was a deliberate disruption. So call it as innovative disruption in the title. So that's a topic which we're going to speak about. And now the title, in the right spirit, Parakram, tackling innovative disruptions in the human resources. Now, few months, years, maybe a decade back, technically in 2011, when Clayton Christensen, the gentleman who wrote a book, he called disruption as an innovation. And since then, we have started talking about disruptions as a innovative way of doing things. Etymologically, we say action of preventing something from continuing as usual or as expected is a disruption. So if you have been having your breakfast after your bathing, but today you have to rush for something and you don't want to have bath and just gulp something and walk away, it's a disruption for you. As simple as that. But no, we are a bit beyond those things. So we'll be speaking a bit larger. We'll be trying to understand when we say disruptions, how are they leading to an innovation? Otherwise, anything which changes our thing or a routine is a disruption. And fortunately, for last few years, it's been called more positive. So let's talk about, and the topic would be Parakram. When we say the efforts or the energy or the passion needed to manage these disruptions. Let's talk about recent tech-driven disruptions, which you would have seen in last few years. I'm sure all of you know about AI and ML, which is artificial intelligence and machine learning. Related to that is a topic of 3D printing, blockchain, big data. This part on the left hand side is more IT driven, where things have been happening. You're speaking of data, big data, talking about clouds. We are trying to use technology to our benefit. We are trying to understand how technology can help us create more efficiencies in the system. We are trying to manage larger piece of information and creating some data analytics or points for decision making. So those are the ones which we have been seeing and reading about. Next side, on the right hand side, we have the practical applications from the customer perspective. So you have seen digital pharmacies in last say 7-8 years. You would have seen Pharmacy, Practo, 1mg. Related aspect is about digital doctor consultations. Now you don't need to go to a doctor's clinic or a hospital for a normal OPD kind of a thing. You can always get your checkups or discussions done. Online counselings are happening. You don't have to go to a manufacturing site or an operational site to look at what's happening around. You can always use those virtual reality cameras. So you would have seen and enjoyed maybe about those putting on those cameras and hand gliding in a enclosed space within the mall itself, thinking that you're running around the clouds and off the mountains. So it's a fun which they provide you at, of course, cost, not free of cost, but it's a virtual reality. They take you in and give you some feel of it. Then we have online shoppings, Amazon and Flipkarts of the world, where they've been helping and creating a huge ecosystem of solutions. And in terms of employment, in terms of digitizing our needs, creating needs which didn't exist. For that matter, many times we buy things when we really don't need them. And among all of those disruptions, I think most recent and most impactful has been COVID 2019. And speaking of disruptions, in COVID-19, who else and who understands us better than you audiences? No classes, of course, sad part. No books, lesser sad part. No teachers talking and speaking to you, maybe lesser sad part. But yes, the learnings going quite a bit down. The interactions and the socialistic thoughts challenging each other in person, trying to connect and learning through such experiences, bad because we haven't been able to. So these kind of disruptions are sometimes good and bad. Good because you started finding ways out of it. You starting how to manage and how to keep afloat. You starting managing from surviving to thriving. You and your mind starts thinking solutions. So to me personally, disruption for that matter is a necessary evil, because you need to be challenged. You need to be given a tough situation for your cells to find a solution, for your inbuilt parakram mechanism to come out and start talking about how I can come out of it, how I can come out winning of it. Is there a better way of doing things I am doing today? Are there larger concerns which I need to address? Is it impacting only me, or will my solution impact the larger audiences or a social impact? maybe a national impact or a global impact. So many things have been happening, and in last few months, specifically speaking about you students, you would have learned many things which you would have never learned in general or otherwise. For example, you wouldn't have gone beyond open book exams. Now the book is open, Google is open, but your honesty takes the larger piece. How honestly are you giving exams? How much are you being honest to yourself and learning for yourself? Many of you would have done maybe 2, 3, 5, 6, 10 certifications through online, through VUCA, through these online course providing tools. I'm just missing the few names, which are very common, edX or Upgrade or something. So you would have done through courses. I did a few, and I'm sure all of us would have taken these opportunities, which were not available to us at that, say, 2 years back. So disruptions are necessary to me, and gives us an opportunity. Moving further, why it is needed. So when we say a disruption, like I said, it's a necessary evil, but there are ecosystems which push us and create such auto disruptions also. For example, current process, we'll go from bottom to top on this. Current process is not sufficient or efficient. So you have been doing a thing in a particular manner, but you yourself or your system which you belong to is not happy with it. You need some change. You need some more improvements. Then you start looking at how I can do better. It's a human mechanism. Everything after a state, it becomes and looks like or seeks a change or seeks a variety. We are wired like that. Like in your earlier session, you heard Shrikant speaking about upskilling, upgrading yourself. It's a natural phenomena. You tend, as a human being, you tend to improvise. Hence, disruption is needed. Resources are ever crunching. Resources for you, everything. You have an institute, you have a laptop, you have a mobile, you have books, but still the education or the information is needed more. So you go to library to read through the books. Now no more libraries. You find and try to look at Google or other journals online. And then again, it's something is not happening. So let me go and speak to people. Then you go to seminars. No, I still have a thirst. It's not quenched. Okay, let me do some MDPs or something, which you did say some courses. So those are again the kind of disruptions which you are pushing yourself or your systems which you belong to, they are pushing you to in. Demands are ever increasing. Now comes the people who seek something from you. People, managers, teachers, parents, they are your pushers. Their demands are increasing. You passed out your 9th and 10th with good numbers. No. 10th is nothing. Come to 12th. Okay, 12th is another challenge. You did 12th fantastically well. What? Nothing, big deal. You have to go for a bachelor's. Sorry, go for engineering or go for this or go for that, but demands never ending. And you are just thinking, bhai, what happened? I've been waiting for so long. 10th kiya, 12th kiya, so college bhi ho gaya. Still there is an expectation. How do I manage that? And each of these stages, you are thinking to yourself, how do I manage? What parakram should I do? I did parakram in 10th, scored a A1. I did another parakram in 12th, managed to score a seat in, say, an IT or IIT, or maybe it's one of your better colleges, whatever you chose or opted for. Now the demand is कि इससे कुछ नहीं होगा, job कैसे मिलेगी, MBA करना. So somehow I managed and did the parakram once again and managed in Symbiosis. Good. अभी ये तो कॉलेज में एडमिशन हुआ, जॉब कहाँ लगी, तो उसके लिए अलग पराक्रम चाहिए. So these demands and expectations are merging. The 2 points are ever changing and ever increasing. Once you are into the job, then you'll have another set of stakeholders which will be seeking much beyond what you have been challenging and achieving all these years till now. So at each level, you need to look at how are you managing these things? How will you do? And all it boils down to whys, whats and hows and whens of your future. And I'm speaking specifically about you. I'll extrapolate it to an organizational perspective. But since it's an individual space which you are in these days, it helps to relate better. That why you want to satisfy somebody's expectations. Not necessary. You don't have to answer everyone's demands and expectations. But at the end of the day, when you're looking at yourself in the mirror, you need to think about yourself. So that's the person who you are responsible for or answerable to. So why you want to do something, say MBA in HR or in finance or in marketing? What would you do to come flying out of it? How would you manage that piece? And when do you see yourself calling a success? So all those things are creating a mental and emotional and an intellectual disruptions in your mind. And that's where you are trying to find some solutions. Relating it to the organizational perspective, I'll take help of some sayings, which I, again, through a disruption which happened almost 2 decades back called Google, I picked up a few thoughts through certain HR leaders, their quotes. Disruption in HR means staying relevant. Good, because if you are not relevant, somebody else will replace you and you are no more in existence. Quite a strong statement. It is about what serves organizational success. So when we say disruption in an organizational parlance, we are not talking about a function or a team or a group. We are talking about an organization as a whole. So if there is a disruption which is happening and impacting, it should impact and contribute to organizational success as a larger piece. Tech innovation is what keeps HR relevant, so we need to be on the front line. Another gentleman spoke about this, and what he meant was tech is leading the innovative and disruptions across in the last 1.5 or 2 decades. Call it Google, call it Alibaba, call Amazon's, Netflixes of the world, and all those things. They have been happening and they have been tech driven. So we need to be, as an HR, we need to be in line with the times, and not only in line, we should be understanding and teaching that to others, that how technology can be utilized in HR. So we need to be in front line of the things. Disruption in HR requires new solutions to old problems. I was speaking to someone 20 years back, 50 years back, we used to still do a thing called recruitment. That recruitment is now called as talent acquisition, but the task remains the same. It's more intellectual, it's more tech driven, but you're still hiring people. So disruption in HR requires new solutions to old problems. Recruitment had certain challenges even 50 years back, 100 years back. They are still persistent, they're still there, but we are using different challenges. Previously, for example, we didn't have the predictive intelligence to understand this person will stay with us or not, or if we hire the person. Today, we can use those predictive technologies through artificial intelligence and machine learning tools, and we can try to make a guesstimate, kind of a good guesstimate, that the person we're hiring, will the person have a longer stability with us, or the person will move out soon. So the problem of retention and attracting the talent stays the same even after 100 years, maybe more beyond. Since man came, the recruitment has always been a need. The solutions are changing with times. So hence need to have solutions or new solutions to old problems. I took this quote from McKinsey, so that they don't speak to me on plagiarism. I'm putting the name on the record that it's by the McKinsey group. New HR should be a model that is more flexible and responsive. Not only HR, I think I call it, since we are speaking on HR, so we are talking of HR. Otherwise, any model, any function for that matter, should be more flexible and responsive. So I'll speak on response later when we talk about speed of response, speed of taking decisions, which helps us to enable and stay afloat and not only survive, but thrive also into the ecosystem which we belong to. We move further. So I have to make you read this, what's on the top line. This is how it is. Okay, I can put it here. HR disruptions to create futuristic organizations. Now let's be more function specific when we say that what disruptions are we talking about in HR as such. So these are the 6 or 7 I could plug in for you because all these you will understand very easily, nothing technical about it. So let's start with number 1 on the top. We'll go clockwise. EHR is like any email HR or anything. It's about electrical, electronic, or whatever you want to put it, but it's EHR where we are talking about technology and using technology for us. I used a word predictive analytics. We use it in our hiring and talent acquisition challenges. We try to use that. It used to be HR automation few months or years back. Now it's called digitalization. So we are using our payroll systems. We are using our recruitment solutions. When we have a database, it works on that. We use our performance management systems. So they are also digitalized. Hence, we are trying to enable the technology for the benefit of HR. It's a disruption again because performance appraisal till a decade, maybe 5-6 years back, used to happen on paper. Everybody was filling forms, signing off, putting a huge set of papers and forms and formats. They were signed by 3 people across. It used to take a month or so, and then reams of papers of printouts. Quite amazing. If you look back, you will even challenge why it was even happening when it could happen like what it's happening today. But those were the realities of those days. These are the realities of these days. You just click a button now. No more printouts needed. Your appraisal happens within flat 45 minutes, unless of course manager wants to spend more time on discussion. Up to you. But no paper, no plans in terms of signing and documenting and everything. Everything is in the folder of your performance management. Enabling technology. Shrikant spoke about learning and development. I think I'll pick up a few thoughts from there. Upgrading and creating new capabilities, upscaling our existing capabilities. So when there are two different things, one is creating new capabilities and one is upscaling our existing ones. You can't stay and survive with what you had 10 or 20 years back. You have to continuously keep upgrading yourself. And while you do that, you as a business try to diversify yourself either in terms of businesses or in terms of capabilities, or the ecosystem you belong to pushes you to capture new capabilities. For example, many of you would have done your engineering in your graduation. You would not have seen 10 years back a course called mechatronics, maybe 2 decades back. Standard engineering college courses were there. Now mechatronics is one of most sought after streams because it's talking about robotics. It's talking about how to enable things through machines, electronics and mechanical combination. Quite a fantastic stream. So system and the demand from the system is pushing you to create a new course in itself. You would not have seen a course by colleges like SIMBI, IITs or IIMs and speaking about digital technologies or data or a cloud or AI or ML. The system is asking that I need talent and capabilities like that now and in future. So institutes are creating such courses. So that's a disruption for them. Similarly, for an organization, when you're trying to create a new product line altogether, you need to have those new capabilities. Of course, upskilling and reskilling is another important aspect. While you're doing so many things on data security comes into the picture. So there's a whole team and a gamut of things which needs to be worked around to ensure that my data stays with me and doesn't get utilized or there's no data theft. Keeping the things intact in terms of copyrights and others, I can share an example that while we were working on these vaccines for COVID, many of companies had a data ransomware threat. Many of the companies had a huge issue in managing their data security. So that becomes a key thing when we are working on such aspects. As an organization, as an individual, as an ecosystem altogether. Next important aspect which has come up very strongly in last 2 years is emotional and mental wellness, where HR has created I'll not say HR has created a disruption, but HR has created a space for themselves as a function, as leading the front in managing and supporting organization and employees in this particular space. So what we did, we are speaking and bringing in counselors. We are speaking individually to employees to ensure that they are physically and mentally fit. They are emotionally not distressed in this. So much of losses have happened. Almost any of the families you speak or you would have spoken to in last 6 months, specifically since April to 2021 onwards, you would have had some news from the COVID impact. So people are stressed out. Operational expectations are only increasing. Nobody is speaking of a lesser production. They're trying and managing things, but at the end of it, when the person goes home, the challenges to stay afloat and wake up in the morning positively is quite a bit. So we try to support people through that. Talent experience and performance management, two things, most important because these are the two aspects which a person faces on a daily basis. Talent experience is when you start working on a candidate as a candidature for position in your organization. So the way you treat the person, the way you speak to them, the way you create your entire recruitment cycle or talent acquisition process, the way you make them feel important and show that the organization is what there is a good match between your values and our values. That first touch point through the process till the onboarding of the candidate is what is talent experience. Previously, I don't know if you have heard stories, but I can relate to the first thing you used to go do in the office when you reach in the office was fill up a huge set of forms, maybe 20, 30, 40. PF ka bharo, ESI ka bharo, gratuity ka bharo, apna application form bharo. As in you're crazily doing half the day that. Today you hardly do anything. You hardly spend any time on that because before you join, we put it on system and you have to plug it in before you come to the organization. And you're not filling a single form when you're in the organization. You're learning, you're interacting with people, you're trying to see what kind of a place you have joined in. We try to enrich your experience as your first feel. So talent experience. Performance management. Again, I'll take some words from Srikanth because we are speaking same thing. If you are not able to retain a person, then the function of HR as such is not supporting the cause of the organization. You are not just not here to hire people. You have to retain them, you have to groom them, you have to give them opportunities to grow so they grow with the organization. And in the process, they help organization also grow. So strong performance management system, which gets disruptive every 3-5 years. As in when you get into your work lives, you will see that most of companies always try to revamp their HR performance management system in a span of 3 to 5 years, not less than that, not more than that. Within a cycle of 3-5 years, you'll always see things changing. Either you will be working on different goals or a different pattern of assessing or a different format altogether of plugging in your information of performance. For example, 6-7 years back, we used to have necessarily goals, KPIs, and objectives defined, mentioned, documented, that you will be assessed on them. Today, we don't have anything. For the sake of knowing what I am doing and what I'll be measured upon at the end of the year, I have plugged in 5 or 6 key areas, but they may change every month or every quarter or every 6 months. It all depends what business is expecting from us. So it's hugely dynamic. The term you would have heard is VUCA. I'll not get in there, but that's what is one of things related to organizational performances and the goals which we work upon. Another important aspect which I thought we should look at is the speed of response. And related one is hierarchies. In COVID, many of the jobs have gone. Many of the disruptions have created new organizations and new roles and new layers altogether. A new term has been coined in the last 2 years called gig workforce. Gig workforce is very specific, very time driven and very niche need kind of a thing. You don't do gig for every kind of a job. You need specific skill sets, bring the people on board, get your job done and say thank you. kind of a contractual job which used to happen earlier, but a bit more specific and bit more task driven or objective driven. So if you are not running with time and you're not responding in time, you have a very strong chance of losing out to the competitors, much more than it used to be in the era of Ford and Toyotas of the world, where they were fighting for decades for a one space or a number one position. It's much faster now. Work dynamics, work from home or work from anywhere, that's where the challenges are coming in. All the things have happened, all the things have been seen through you personally, all of you, and they have led, for example, one of the companies called Kevin Care has mandated and closed quite a few offices in the cities that we will now only work from home or anywhere, whatever the terminology is, because they have realized what used to be a luxury 2 years back. Can I work from home today? I have some urgency at home and all that. No, no, no. So managers used to be like those blessing gods, ki chalo aaj work from home kar lo, you enjoy your day. But today it's like managers are asking, why are you in office? Why can't you work from home? Why are you spending and wasting time in traffic and other things? Because they have seen and realized productivities have jumped quite X's, quite multiple, because people are focused. Though there is a backdrop to that also. There's a lot of burnout also on people. Like I spoke of earlier, quite a pitfalls also. There's no social interaction. There's no connect with people, so-called bonding, group or individual. Those are there, but with everything you know, the rose brings with the thorn. So you have to cut that out. So you have to filter it, you have to refine it. Things are being refined. Organizations are working towards these policies and frameworks. Whole intent is about productivity and efficiency. So this is where we say that common HR disruptions are directed towards futuristic organizations. Now coming to the topic once again and moving further is what we do to manage these things. Parakram, good, nice word. And I'll add one more word which I learned today morning with Dr. Vandana is Parkram. Parkarm, work for others. I'll add that because that's one important thing which I learned today is in this COVID, you have started thinking about others also. We are being more considerate than we ever were about others. Simple example, I put a mask whenever I'm going in a crowded space, and not even crowded, three is a crowd these days. So whenever I'm meeting people, I put a mask, of course, for myself also and for others also. So that kind of a considerate behavior is slowly creeping into us as a country citizen. We have been very less considerate as a community which we are, but good, fortunately we are getting better. So now coming to the topic, Parakram for what? So while we spoke in the last slide, these are the few thoughts: purpose, future, change, culture, capabilities and technology, which as an HR professional, I and you would be working on and ensuring that my parakram or my efforts lead to address these aspects in an organizational perspective. Right? How do we do that? A bit of my kind of explanation of parakram. P, let's do a better performance management. That's what we intend to do. Let's do better A, using and acquiring more capabilities in a better way. R, when we say rewards and recognition, acknowledging people when we are trying to bring them and assess them, we also understand what's the backdrop they have been working with, what has been their challenges while they have been completing their tasks, how and why should I reward them, and in what manner. Again, I'll pick up words from Shrikant that a simple handwritten letter is carrying more value than an Amazon voucher, which is e-driven. So E has its own benefits, but E has a strong, I'll not say disadvantage, but a disbenefit that it takes you away from people. So try to connect with them, make it as handy as possible, make it as touchy as possible, not touchy like COVID touch, but emotional, and recognize people genuinely, not just for the scheme that I have a scheme to recognize 3 people in a month. Okay, this month you, this month you, this month you. Not like that. Give a reason why, tell people why they are being recognized, tell people what they have achieved and contributed to the organization. So these things are what I meant by reward and recognition. Action with speed, I already spoke of that. This is the time when always, actually, speed has always been a key factor in businesses. So we need to action with speed. Knowledge upgrade, upskilling, reskilling, and new skills. So we need to carry on with our learnings and bring new learnings to us. Resilience, yes, new word which has been coined quite often in last 24 months, where you need to stay put, or like the term we are using, the last man standing. You should always be there to stand up for yourself and for others also now. So the times are challenging, so we need to keep our strength and energies focused. I added adopt new technology, and new means new. It's like yesterday which we were using may not be applicable today. So upskill yourself and try to get the system working for you using that technology. And of course, mental wellness, one of the most important things for now and future. So I think if we try to use these Parakram nomers in our lives as an individual, as an HR professional, as and when you get into, in my personal view, I think we should be able to tackle these disruptions in a far more positive manner and far more productive manner. So with that, I think I'm running almost in time, and I would like to come to the screen of thank you. Any
Yes.
pointers for me? Am I in time or beyond time?
Yes, sir. We are on time, sir. Thank you very much for providing this percipient session, sir. Uh, we will be moving on to the Q&A sessions, and already we have a few questions, which I will read it to you. So, sir, the first question that we have is from Mr. Dinesh Jain, who asks, as the world is evolving with time from all the perspectives, what are the methods used to keep the transition bar moderate in terms of changing the company policies in a way that would keep the young employees happy and also serve the needs of satisfaction for the older generation employees?
I did not hear you properly, but who asked which question you spoke about?
Sir, the question is from Mr. Dinesh Jain.
Dinesh's question is, as the world is evolving with time, what are the methods used to keep the transition bar moderate in terms of changing company policies? Quite a difficult question for me, because methods used to keep bar moderate. So I'll not know what other companies are doing and what kind of methods they are trying to use to check whether the policies are rightly worded and phased. Is that the right question, Dinesh? If you can say yes or no, because I'm trying to understand the question. How to keep the young employees happy and serve the needs of satisfaction for the older. So what I'm getting is, how do we mix and match our policies for current and elder generation of employees so that there is a good combination of win-win for everyone? Is that right, Dinesh?
Yes,
is that
sir.
what you're trying to ask?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what happens, Dinesh? I'll not call myself as an old employee, though almost 2 decades. So there's nothing which is older generation these days. We are trying to keep at par, if not better, at least at par with the new generation people, millennials or Gen Zs or whatever you want to call them. But as an organization, when we say we have to keep a uniformity, you have to see that there's a lady employee, there is a D&I thing going around, there is a physically challenged or physically advantaged person. So while we create that, there's a different set of policies for different set of people according to their needs. So I'll not say that we are using some methods, but yes, we do have policies which are targeted to address the needs of certain age groups and certain set of other demands which an employee may have. Am I answering your question, Dinesh?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Right. So thank you, Mr. Dinesh, for the question, and thank you, sir, for answering. Because we are running short of time, sir, so we will have one more question. And the question is from Mr. Raghav Mahajan, who asks that in an environment where demand for skills are increasing and competition is fiercer than ever, in addition with job insecurity, how could it affect the sentiment, and how can the situation provide a positive sentiment with improved productivity rather than causing panic in the workforce?
Good question, Raghav, and very practical and very much possible for two reasons. Even if no COVID, a productivity challenge to any employee is always a question mark on their existence. Because whenever you speak or ask about higher productivity and efficiencies, people feel that, oh, they're talking about technology. Will my job be there? Am I a good performer or a bad performer? Why anybody spoke to me on that? So those emotional things start taking shape if you challenge someone or even question someone about how to improve, forget even about their individual performance. So yes, it's a challenge to manage those emotional aspects. But fortunately, I think as a company and as an organization, all organizations are now mature enough. I'll say professional ones, because there are all sort of people around. Those who are looking forward to higher productivities have deeply and clearly understood that a happy employee will be more productive. So the first thing which we try to speak to is that please understand, this is not about you. It's not about an individual performance. It's about how can we improve things. So when you try to allay those fears of individual mechanism, things start falling in place. Things start falling in place, and they try to understand it from a team or a function or a unit perspective rather than an individual perspective. So that kills almost 70-80% of the fears that somebody is after me. That is first part. Second part is the ecosystem or the system should also support those things. That when you're trying to improve productivity, you should provide tools also to the people. So when they see the investments happening in digital space or in the manufacturing space or in the technology or in tools and procedures, they can relate to, yes, that company is making sense and they mean business. Then the remaining piece also falls in place and they start working towards the larger cause. And hence, so I'll not relate it to competition and skills. I will relate it to more emotional and support by the organization to address productivity cause in a larger picture, so that people can visualize it, how it is impacting them and the organization. If I'm answering you, Raghav.
Yes, Mr. Raghav has acknowledged, and he says that it has solved his query. Your answer has solved the query. Thank you again very much, sir, for the erudite session, and thank you all for your gracious presence. Hope you have enjoyed the keynote session. We would now close the keynote session, and we would request you to please proceed towards the assigned breakout rooms for a very short break, wherein you can digitally network amongst yourselves. And stay with us as we have something special lined up for you post this break. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Stay safe. Bye.
Bye, sir. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And as promised, we have our very own Alankrit and Harish to bring you something wondrous. Over to you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Anirudh, Diksha, and our esteemed speakers for such an illuminating and enthralling session. We express gratitude to all ladies and gentlemen here for being such benevolent and patient listeners. To breeze the saturation levels, we plan on making the summit a bit more enticing. Let's start this by taking a look at a small video. Wow, such an interesting video. What we saw right now is a series of disruptions that shook the world across the timeline of history. All of these disruptions have created a tide of change in the time following them. So I'd like to initiate the following participation with a thought-provoking and retrospective quote. Disruptive innovation can hurt you if you are not the one doing the disrupting. Alankrit, now let's get to know what our audience thinks of disruption. Can we have the poll now? So, it is how you perceive disruption, as an opportunity or as an unruffling phenomenon. I would urge everyone to cast your votes. Okay. And can we have the results now? Great. So everyone amongst us perceives disruption as more constructive way. To depict the current scenario, we have an activity lined up. Now let's hear a conversation between two HRs, one from a startup played by me and the other from a 50-year-old organization played by Alankrit, discussing the disruption in HR management.
Hey Harish, how you and your company have been doing amid the pandemic?
Hi Alankrit, everything is good at my end. My company is being subjected to a lot of dynamic changes. I hope the end results reaps a lot of dividends.
That's great to hear that things are in place at your end. Care to share what changes you're referring to?
Yes, definitely. We being a startup right now, we are thinking of reinventing the whole HR model of our company. What about the HR practices at your company? Do you plan on any major overhaul considering the current scenarios?
That's a great thought of refurbishing the HR model. The current economic condition has a strong aversion to startups, and rather using the same as an opportunity to bring about a change is a very mature and a courageous thought. As for my company, Harish, apart from minute changes, we have a pretty inflexible HR model. Bringing such paradigm shifts takes a lot of time and people in the hierarchy. I personally wanted to know what invoked you and your company to take such bold steps in your HR model, that too in the times of perils.
Very true, Alankrit. The reason we are taking such kind of big leaps is because we are anticipating the long-term perspective. And we are promoting a transition from the parochial policy-centric approach to a more unprejudiced human-centric approach.
What makes you think that the existing models, which are being executed by almost all the Fortune 500s, are not in consonance with the human-centric approach you're talking about?
They are effective, Alankrit, but considering the current scenario, I feel that refurbishing the existing processes might work in the long run. Like for example, taking a leaf from our past instances, the telecom revolution from Jio, and the emergence of Patanjali to capture a major market share, validate this theory that you need to have a new outlook to tackle a new set of problems. Do you embrace or tackle such kinds of disruptions, Alankrit?
It depends on the nature of the disruption, Harish. If miasmic, we dodge it, and if innovative, we embrace it. For example, Harish, Dell did this perfectly. The transition from effectiveness to responsiveness, which came from the customer's end itself, was carried out by Dell with utmost grace and without any hiccups. A business to people approach might sound parochial to you, but it has a rich history of success to back it. I admire the human-centric approach you're referring to, but taking the dynamics of the customer in picture, what do you intend on doing if your approach becomes obsolete?
Not necessarily. The human-centric approach that I'm talking about rests on two major pillars. One is the customer and the other is the employees. Our model will adapt itself according to any changes from either ends. So the probability of obsolescence is pretty bleak.
Dr. Kalam perfectly said, excellence is a continuous process and not an accident. The same applies to every field. Disruption might sound corrosive when first heard, but can be taken as an opportunity to capitalize and become a better version of our previous selves. There are incalculable resources in the human spirit. With this, I express gratitude to all of our keynote speakers and delegates for lending us their ears, and end this with a quote Harish and I found apt for this summit. Train people well enough so they can leave. Treat them well enough so they don't want to. Thank you once again for being such an exuberant audience. Please take care of yourselves. Couldn't wait to meet you at the fourth and the final webisode of the Digital HR Summit 2021. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Over to you, Anirudh.
Thank you, Alankrit and Harish, for presenting this riveting session. We hope that the audience present here thoroughly enjoyed it. I extend a very warm welcome towards the delegates once again for joining us in the fourth session of today's episode of hrsummit. We hope that you've enjoyed the previous sessions and were able to digitally network amongst yourselves. hrsummit 2021 would have not been possible without the generous support of our sponsors. We would like to thank our gifting partner, Super Smelly, our knowledge partner, Novarex, our confectionery partner, The Dark Bite, our apparel partner, Ethnician, our global mentoring partner, CXO Mentors, our EdTech partner, WordZio, our outreach partner, D2C Igniters Club, and our event listing partner, NovaFest. Moving on from the previous insightful sessions, we present forth an enthralling panel discussion on the topic diversity and inclusion, a hygiene factor beyond theory. With such an entrancing session, we bring an equally impressive roster of industry speakers who would present their insights during the discussion. I would now like to take the opportunity to introduce our eminent speakers. First, we have Mr. Aditya Abdar, Head HR from Piramal Realty. Being from one of the world's most renowned companies in the real estate sector, Mr. Abdar has 10 years of rich experience in employee relations, talent acquisition, business HR, technology-based learning, and organization development across multiple sectors, which include banking, retail, QSR, food and beverages, to name a few. Owing to his diverse role in multiple organizations, he was identified as the emerging HR leader by People Matters in 2016 and has been featured in several leading newspapers. An SIBM Pune alumnus, Mr. Radya strongly believes in the process of perpetual learning and is committed towards building teams with the help of progressive HR practices in order to drive an organization towards realizing its vision. Thank you very much, sir, for being here with us today.
Yeah, thank you for that warm introduction.
Then we are joined by Ms. Swati Verma, Inclusion and Diversity Management from Eaton. Ms. Verma is currently the Inclusion and Diversity Manager at Eaton in Asia Pacific region. She has over 16 years of experience in developing and executing HR strategies for building value-based and high-performance culture with strong focus on building organization transformation, building strategic capability, culture, talent, and leadership development. Ms. Verma is a certified coach, facilitator, and is passionate about building collaborative and inclusive workplace. Her personal goal is to challenge and transform lives to become a better version. In the 16 plus years that she has worked in Eaton, Ms. Verma has gained an immense knowledge in the field of human resources and has established herself as an eminent HR professional. Thank you very much, ma'am, for joining us today.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for a warm welcome. And I'm super excited and thrilled for the talk today, I would say.
Likewise, ma'am. Last but not the least, we have Ms. Parna Bhattacharya, Talent and Learning Partner at ABB Motion, India and Southeast Asia, and Diversity and Inclusion Leader at ABB. Ms. Bhattacharya is a Hogan certified human resource professional. She has a rich experience in developing organizational development and leadership strategies for national and international sites. Being trained in facilitating large-scale interaction process for organizations, her areas of expertise include employee engagement, organizational development, and leadership development. With over 15 years of experience, Ms. Bhattacharya has led organizational transformation efforts, mentorship programs, and competency development projects. Thank you very much, ma'am, for joining us today.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Now the session will be moderated by Dr. Samir Yerpudi. Dr. Yerpudi is a high-performing management executive with an experience of 22 plus years in organizations such as Mahindra and Mahindra and Tata Motors. He possesses expertise in building and modeling digital and connected ecosystems, optimizing organizational processes, and provisioning infrastructure to maximize business results in different business functions. A skilled strategist who is capable of transforming strategic plans into workable solutions and benchmarks performance against key operational targets, Dr. Yerpudi holds a doctorate on Internet of Things, augmenting supply chain management. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us today.
Thanks, Anirudh, for having me.
Now this panel discussion would be of 30 minutes. Post this, the forum will be open to Q&A from the delegates. I would encourage the delegates to please put forth their questions. Now I would request Dr. Yerkude to please take over. Looking forward to an erudite session. Over to you, sir.
Thanks, Anirudh, for the wonderful introduction, and thank you for charging us all. So respected dignitaries, delegates, and esteemed panel, good afternoon. Hope you all are taking well care of yourself in these testing times. I'm Dr. Samir. I'm your moderator for this session. I'm sharing the screen today from, with stalwarts from the HR domain who have been the examples of success in their respective organizations and beyond. Well, as they say, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. Today, we shall together embark the interesting journey to decode diversity and inclusion, a hygiene factor beyond care. Well, friends, I recently read Josh Person's statement that stated companies that embrace diversity and inclusion in all aspects of their business statistically outperform their peers. Diversity and inclusion in the workplace has surpassed, becoming the corporate trend and has now considered as a business imperative by the global organizations. The concept has continued to gain traction in the corporate world due to its increasing benefits. Companies have put across their mission, strategies, practices to support diverse workplace and leverage the intellectual capital for achieving the competitive and business advantage. Well, to take the discussion further, I present to you a splendid panel today who will be helping us map the different dimensions of the topic. I'm starting with one of my dynamic panelists, Ms. Swati Verma. Swati, diversity is a great force towards creativity. Data suggests that building diversity throughout an organization is becoming more of an imperative. Organizations are creatively including diversity and inclusion into their values, by means of policies, practices, and so on and so forth, so that they can cascade it throughout. Could you help us understand the exact process, how exactly they accomplish the same? I think that would be a very good beginning.
I think it's a great question, Dr. Samir, I would say. If I have to really kind of start with, maybe I would say, what is diversity for all of us? That's an important question which comes up. And it's primarily, if you really look at it, it's a rich range of differences that we all, it makes us unique in a way. So that's diversity. And when I really look at what is inclusion, I would say it's an iceberg for me. What you could see is, we call it about like gender, age, people with disability, something which is visible. What is not visible is the deeper ones. And that's where, I would say, when I say the deeper ones, it's like how we speak, our communication style, our problem solving style, our thinking style, how we want to spend our holidays, what our hobbies are. This all makes us unique. And as an organization today, for all the organization, it's important to kind of tap these diversities. And, when I talk about inclusion is primarily is all about how do we value, respect, support these differences to make it work for all of us. That's the inclusion and diversity. So now how do we leverage this? And when we talk about organizations, it's all about people. It starts with people, it ends with people. And in a way, if you even talk about innovation, productivity, engagement, I think it was a beautiful act which Harish and Alankrit did. It's all about human. And when you're talking about human, it's about diversities which they bring in and the deeper ones which I was talking about. And how do you make them inclusive? It's all about that. And organizations today, I think it's becoming an increasing moral imperative, I would say, and also a business requirement for them to kind of have inclusion and diversity over there. And rightly mentioned that there are a lot of studies which talks about that the more the diverse the voices are, the perspectives are, it's helping us increase our capacity of innovation, expanding choices, expanding our ideation. And in that, it gives us engagement and productivity, if I have to say in all. I mean, a lot of examples I have, if you look at, why it's relevant even today. If you look at a lot of ads, I recently saw an ad which was advertisement, which was on the Vim bar, which was showcasing Shehwag over there. It was trying to connect a Vim bar, which was a soap with a cricket theme, with a male-dominated cricket theme, and they are trying to show that, Vim, what a player campaign which they were trying to drive in. I saw something which was in aerial. So you could see how all the organizations, HUL, others, everyone are trying to make it more relevant, challenging the biases, the stereotypes which are there in their own way to make the society and their business more productive and engaging. So that's one which comes up very strong. The way I see kind of like every organization making it a part of their culture, a part of their values. I would cite one personal example, I would say, and that's very my personal perspective. When I was growing up, I had seen one of the large organization, Kodak, which was a film selling organization, and it failed. There could be various reasons. But when I looked at from that, my perspective, and that's very wholesomely my personal views around it, that the world around them was changing. Cameras went into digital, to cell phones. When you look at people, from the printing of pictures, they went into like online sharing of pictures. And that's where the Kodak as an organization, I feel if they had the right people in the team to really agree, disagree, maybe the business would have been different altogether in a future. So that's something which comes up. So for every organization today, I think it's not just a good thing to do or tick in the box, but it's just very much important to make it as a part of their value system, make it a part of their DNA today. And then the moment it's part of the value, it's part of the culture, it's a part of your DNA, the goals, the processes, and policies starts becoming inclusive. You start looking everything from a lens of inclusion. Start making it more conscious and more, more intentional about inclusion. And when I think about, that's when I'm talking about values, DNA, that's a top-down approach. For me, it's also a sandwich approach, which I would say, yes, it has to be a top-down approach, but we also need to kind of look at how are you kind of engaging and driving your workforce, your people, your colleagues, your friends, and you're also kind of like sensitizing them, and they are playing an equivalent role in kind of creating a culture and inclusion and diversity. So that's my take. If I have to say, it has to be a part of the DNA for an organization.
Thanks, Swati, for this enlightening, I would say, a very comprehensive definition, as well as you kind of opened a lot of topics for us. So picking the iceberg part, where we spoke about gender, I would quickly move on to Aditya. Aditya, diversity and inclusion is also strongly correlated to employee satisfaction and retention. Well, it's observed that employee performance is kind of peaks when they experience the environment of respect and experience the environment of acceptance. I would invite your views on gender diversity, whether gender diversity can contribute to your revenue growth and profits. Over to you, Aditya.
Great. Thank you, Samir, for asking that question. But how Swati spoke about, I would also talk about gender diversity, but more than only the gender diversity, I would also talk about the other forms of diversity, including thought diversity and people coming from different backgrounds and working together. So before that, to set the context about what I'm going to talk about, I would be picking few examples from work and something which I've experienced in the last 4 years at Piramal Realty. For that, I think it's important for the audience to understand what we do. So Piramal Group is a 100-year-old organization, while Piramal Realty, when we started off in 2013, we wanted to quickly expand and we wanted to become India's most admirable real estate brand. But we started off from scratch. And in 7 years now, we have always been in the top 3 in real estate in terms of revenue over the past 4 years. And taking cues from the large group, while we saw in the act that it is difficult for a large group to imbibe culture and some values which are there for for the past 100 years. While as a startup, we got in our own culture, the own ways of working, which helped us through. So when we started off, we wanted to start off with high rises, which are 70, 80 floors and above. And during that time, there were far and few players in India. So we got about getting people from all over the world. They were from Australia, the Middle East, then some of them were from Irish descent and so on. And culture pretty much stems from the top, right? How the CEOs behave and the people from the senior leadership behave. And people come with their own idiosyncrasies, their own thoughts. Some people are aggressive, some people are more empathetic, some people like to take together the team, some people you probably treat employees as resource. So where we wanted to, and Piramal Group always being an employee first organization, we first had to set culture right. It included hours and hours of training the senior leadership on how to speak, what to speak, how things work together in Piramal culture, how to take people together, and all of that came to fruition. And over a period of time, we were able to set the culture of the organization. So that was the initial stepping stone. And then when we started building the team, we understood that over a period of time, all of the hiring was happening from real estate. And probably, if you see, we wanted to be the best in the industry and we wanted to be the best in the world. And if you start hiring people from real estate in India and sometimes abroad, the diversity of thought sometimes stops at that level. So we started hiring a lot of people from different sectors. When, let's say in sales, we got a lot of people from aviation, hospitality, the entertainment industry, and it started getting us rich dividends. People got about different ways of thinking, the way they handle the team. Let's say people from finance brought about processes, which probably was not there in real estate. And eventually over the last 5-6 years, people started moving in to different departments as well and setting up various teams. Let's say people from sales moving on to CRM and setting up things there. So all of that helped us in a way where the productivity increased there. And while Samir, I would also want to touch upon your topic of gender diversity. Again, let me pick an easy example because it was in sales and the numbers are there to speak for. When I started off in the organization, we had around 26 men and 4 women in sales team. And not by design, but just when I was going through a lot of data, I was understanding that the 4 women who were there in our team, their productivity was 2.5x that of the men who were there. And I started speaking to them, trying to understand what they were doing differently, try to understand the real estate market, because I was new as well to real estate. While each of us probably would have seen, probably would have gone with our parents or we ourselves to buy a piece of real estate. But once you're in the organization, you start looking at it from a different lens. So when I started understanding, even while speaking to the customers, most of the decisions are made by women when you're wanting to buy a home. And women in sales are able to better influence. Probably they're able to better connect. Probably their thoughts match there. And that was one of the reasons, apart from the many other reasons which we found. So we quickly started putting more impetus on hiring women. We, over a period of 1 year, we had 35% women in the workforce. And the overall productivity of the workforce was 2x. Probably it's not only the women who started raising the bar, but probably looking at them, the men started acting and putting their act together and started raising their bar as well, because the overall productivity they had to match. So it worked out in our favor. Now, apart from that, when we start hiring people from initially when you're building a brand, you tend to hire people who are experienced, probably people who have 5-6 experience doing things in a certain way. Then we started a lot of programs like management trainee programs. We started taking bet on people, let's say, who are not in real estate, but let's say we would put them in a commercial team or a procurement team, or we would put them in design and development, and they brought about different thoughts. Let's say somebody very new, a fresher, would bring about thought that now, let's say the real estate landscape is changing. Should we have a certain space which is dedicated for work from home, a certain area, let's say, where people would want to hang out. In Mumbai, let's say, we do not have a concept of balconies because people traditionally didn't want them because real estate became expensive. But once we started introducing that, again, our sales got up, and all of these ideas came from very young people, sometimes freshers, who brought about new ideas on the table. And all of this has worked very well for us. I brought about some numbers in terms of the sales productivity increase, but now I don't want to take much time. Probably in the next questions, I would talk about the productivity aspects in other areas as well. Thanks, Amir. Hope I answered your question.
Definitely, Aditya, and it's really great to hear, the kind of culture that you spoke about, the kind of efforts that you took to kind of, move the complete organization, because, changing the organization in the way you mentioned is the biggest task. The change management becomes at times, impediment to such initiatives. Well, so taking the cue of culture, I will move to Parna. And Parna, we understand that culture, resources, along with the business goal, kind of drives the creation of a diverse and inclusive workplace. Organizations can consider best practices to further enhance the diversity and inclusion. What are your thoughts and, kind of on the practical aspects that organizations can consider to bring in more diversity or, the change, so to say, in terms of diversity? Over to you, Parna.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, so I will tell you today every organization has got to know that just being inclusive as in a culture, bringing that culture of inclusivity, there is a tremendous amount of, so far they looked into the financial underwritings, but today they're looking into people and leadership underwriting, right? So the change that is coming, or that I am just observing, and it's a very dynamic and a quick change, let me tell you. Say for example, like 5 years ago, what the way we used to think about diversity, today the landscape is absolutely different. We are looking at the various dimensions. Say for example, diversity is one part. We worked upon that for quite a long time, bringing women, all of that. But today the push is that we get into the talents, like in the previous discussion where I was listening to Manish, and there was a question also where people were saying that there's a tremendous amount of competition. The competition is of talent. And that's the reason why, more and more we become inclusive, get more and more communities. Say, for example, communities, especially abled communities, tremendous amount of talent lying over there, tapping that and bring that, make them accessible to the organization. So it's just not hiring, it's how you make those people accessible, right? It's not about the accessibility of, creating the infrastructure. It's the people accessibility, when they enter with their full self. And that is the change that's where it starts with each and every individual in the organization. The people who has a kind of seen things work in a similar manner, think in a very curious mindset that, okay, there are varieties of ways to do the same thing, those kind of things. And that's where, the change that we are, at least in ABB, we are trying to bring is the desire and the knowledge and reinforcing the whole thing that inclusivity is basically the uniqueness, which Swati very beautifully talked about, that each and every individual, we are unique, each one of us have that uniqueness. But if in a team there is no belongingness of that uniqueness, then the inclusiveness is not going to happen. Just a small example, say for example, 5 years ago, I remember there was in a different, I'm not going to name the organization, there was a team where they went for an offsite, okay? And there was one person in a wheelchair and the rest of the people were able-bodied. And the offsite game that they thought about is a cricket, right? Now, this person who has never played the game, maybe watched, cannot be a kind of maximum that person was kind of scorer or things like that. But trust me, this person his uniqueness was not belonged. And at the end of the day, the team looked very disbalanced in terms of inclusivity. But today, when I look at the team doing any kind of, there's a shift in the culture, definitely in everybody's mind. They always think of situations or, a togetherness, right? Even if they choose something that the team, as the team, they will do, they choose it mindfully, that, that every person with their uniqueness is belonged, and that the team citizenship is going up, when this happens. And that's the reason why, Aditya brought this point that, it's just not a touchy-feely, goody-goody thing, Trust me, if we have diversity and inclusion in the system, and that's the why we are all running around, is that there is 42% sales growth happen, better return on sales happens, okay, when there are higher female representations. 70% more likely firms with diverse employee capture a new market, okay, and more likely firms with diverse employee, report a growth in a market share, 45% of this thing. Can you imagine? And these are stats from, say, McKinsey, HBR, and things like that. And it's like mind-blowing. So of course, there's a huge amount of planned, processed, kind of culture shifts that is happening, and we really focus on that.
Well, thanks, Parna. I mean, I'm really now curious. I'm glad that I got such good opening thoughts from the panel. So thank you for such wonderful thoughts. And that actually reminds me of a very, very interesting statement, which said that diversity is having a seat at the table, right? Diversity is having a seat at the table, inclusion is having a voice, and belongingness is having that voice heard, right? I mean, no better way to kind of sum up the opening thoughts, I would say. Well, time for some numbers. Like, I was going through the Forbes insight of, they took a survey of around 300 odd senior executives. And surprisingly, I mean, the thoughts which came up, the priorities which came up were pretty clear. 65% of them, kind of voted for diverse employees, while 45% voted for their retention. Now, these mind-boggling numbers, and I'm sure, Parna, you'll agree more on these numbers while you shared, companies have distinct ways to incorporate diversity and inclusion. And what I'm curious now to hear from the panel is how exactly, while Aditya spoke a bit about it, I would like, as the practice started, we started with Swati. I'll go back to Swati and wanted to know how exactly in your organization you have been able to practice diversity and inclusion. Over to you, Swati.
Thank you for that question. And, at Eaton, I would say one of our aspirational goals is to be a model of inclusion and diversity in our industry. So it starts from there. It's one of the aspirational goals which Eaton is striving for. As I said, that, it starts with the value system and it has to be over there. So that's our aspirational goal. And we really focus on in terms of creating a place where everyone matters, everyone belongs. That's the core. I think I heard Aditya and Parna. I think it's all about creating those, how everyone is mattered and how everyone belongs to the place. So that's something which we really focus on. And before really entering into talking about what other, in terms of from in hiring or talent perspective we have done, but I think Eaton really focused on inclusion as an aspect. We really felt that if you are inclusive, diversity is something which will follow. And if you really look at, my job title even says it's IND, it's not D&I, it's inclusion first, and then diversity is something that we really look at. And in Eaton, we spend a lot of time and energy in investing, having a right, in terms of, I would say having a COE first. We really wanted that, we want to give that focus to the inclusion and diversity. So we have a very focused COE, Center of Excellence, that we built for IND. So that was something which was our priority because that was so important for us. Second, we really kind of like focused on creating a governance model, I would say, because we really wanted to be a part of our operating model, a business model. And so we had to have it to be linked to our vision, to our aspirational goals. How every leader, every employee contributes and what are the expectations from them. We really kind of charted that out. We also brought in a concept of, of the global leaders, the regional leaders, how are they coming together and talking about inclusion and diversity, and which is more relevant for them. So we, as a part of our operating model, we had Global Inclusion Council, where global leaders are meeting on a month-on-month basis, talking about the strategies which they want to kind of drive globally. We have Regional Inclusion Council, again, sitting in the region. Every region has it, where they're discussing about how we can make it more relevant for the region. What works globally doesn't work for Asia Pacific. So how we can make it more relevant, more contemporary for the region, from a talent perspective, from every aspect. So I think that was our focus. We spent our energy around before, I would say, in terms of entering the talent space, rather. So we had our energy spent again in terms of articulating, because inclusion and diversity, if you really ask, and I know when I used to say our leaders that, you need to be inclusive leadership, it was like another thing you want me to do. We're already doing this, we're already following the Eaton leadership model, one another aspect. So you had to make it easy, and you had to make it a part of their leadership model, that it's there. You're not doing something different and additional to be an inclusive leader. You just have to bring an aspect of inclusivity where we're talking about valuing, respect, supporting your people, how you help them bring their true self. How do you kind of support them in terms of appreciating the differences which are there? So that's something being, how are you being more mindful around it? So, it was around a lot of time spending energy, and we're still spending our energies around that, I would say. So that was something which we did. And we came up with a kind of, I would say, a menu list, like the way we go into a restaurant and what we want to order today. Similarly, we came up with a menu list for our leaders and for our employees even, saying that, okay, today, this year, maybe hiring is your priority, or maybe there's something else as your priority. Developing people, coaching people, or building a culture of inclusion is priority. What is that you could do? Choose what is relevant for you, rather than saying that, these are 4 things which every Eaton employee or every leader has to do it. We created a menu list and said, for your development plan, for your goals, choose among this list which is relevant for each and every individual. So, those were a couple of things which we built in. We identified that our leaders have those key, the moments of choices, I would say. Everyone has that, this is a project, whom to give this one. Promotion, how do I promote people, in terms of I'm promoting X, why am I not promoting Y? Why am I giving someone this rating versus I'm not giving someone this rating? Why someone is being sent to US for a project? Why? So these are all moments of choices. So we identified and we called out those moments of choices for our people, and kind of again sensitizing them that what you need to be more vigilant, what you need to apply your kind of brain, the system 1 and system 2 brain, which we call it, how you need to apply during those moments of choices, so that you're moving one step ahead in your journey of inclusion. So that's where we spent a lot of our inclusive leadership time, is something which we are going on. Coming to talent piece, our industry, if you look at mechanical, electrical, but heavily still depending on mechanical, we are in. And a challenge comes up, you don't find women, you don't find, so what can be done? So we focused on our entire talent strategy, how we could partner with colleges, universities, how we could bring in early talent and develop and groom them to be leaders with us. So, that's something which we really focused on. But one of the programs which I would really talk about from a hiring and attracting talent perspective would be, the program which we really focus on enhancing the employability of our students. And that's where we partner with 2 to 3 colleges in and around where we work. And we primarily have like a 6 to 8 months mentoring, coaching, partnership with them, where, I'm also trying to address one of the questions which was there around cultural misunderstanding and, around that, where we really focus on how do we make students more ready for corporates, in terms of communication, in terms of group discussions, in terms of presentation, in terms of, we have Eaton mentors going there 8 months, spending their weekends and their weekdays in terms of bringing those students up to, so they're ready for, being employable and they're ready for corporates. And we do hire from the same pool even. So that's one of the things which I'll say from a hiring perspective that we are doing, like really, and that's something which is our flagship program. Relaunch is another one. When we look at, we realized when we're looking at our pool of people, women were leaving a lot because of either marriage, relocation, they were not returning after maternity breaks. And that's where we felt that, for sure, this is something which would be not just with us, but across the industries, across India as a country, which we felt. And that's where we came up with a program which was more focusing on how we can bring women back to work who have break. They are passionate, they want to come back, but it's just that those stereotypes and biases which are there that, you've been out of the market for 2 years, 8 years, and you're not ready now. So we spend again, time, energy, investing in terms of letting people, our hiring managers sensitize that, you look for potential and you could have them back. So those are a couple of things which we did in terms of attracting talent. We focused a lot on developing, again, diverse talent pool across the, in terms of, I would say, levels. It was people with disability, it was people with diverse thoughts coming together. We have inclusion ERGs, which is employee resource group, which play a very important role in the bottoms up approach which comes up, in terms of how like-minded people can come together and create and promote inclusion. That's something which helped us. In developing, we have, we also realized that people want choices of how they want to develop themselves. So we came up with a program rather than saying a manager saying that, hey, I have something for you, and that's something which you should be doing. Rather than, we created a pool, we call it as a marketplace where we have all the projects coming in, across globally. And if today I'm in HR, but I want to gain more insights on finance and grow my financial acumen, I could go and grab a finance project and work on that for 2 to 6 months. Today, I feel I want to learn something in supply chain. Why not? Let me be a part of a supply chain project and contribute. Again, it's a diverse perspective coming in, diverse ideation, and a better result which Eaton is getting out. So, these are a couple of things which we have really done in that space of attracting, developing, retaining, and building the strong culture from an inclusion diversity perspective.
I think it was kind of a pretty inclusive answer. I should say it was a very thoughtful approach. I would say Eaton kind of went ahead with, and I typically like the governance piece that you mentioned, because eventually all of this is tied with the governance oil that kind of oils the whole machinery and takes it forward. Well, we kind of heard Aditya doing a lot of such initiatives in Piramal, and he kind of kept his numbers that he had brought in for later. So I would like to go to Aditya for more insights around what exactly Piramal has achieved in terms of the diversity and inclusive initiatives that they have undertaken.
Great, thanks Samir for that question. While I think through this we have covered most points, I think Swati also, as you were saying, was quite elaborate, including Parnad did cover most points. So I would not want to reiterate many of them, but maybe I would want to touch upon certain points which I thought are very pertinent and important. For instance, Swati spoke about maternity leave, how what happens when women come back to workplace, whether they are treated with the same fervor. And firstly, it's also about women coming back after post-maternity leave. They also might look at things differently. They might think, okay, 6 months I was out of action. Now how I would be perceived. Let's say sometimes the technology itself changes, right? Like for instance, we would be working on something else, and post 6 months, we would have had some new platform which has come in, and the employee itself feels out of place. So we would need to provide them enough avenues, enough tools, enough learning opportunities for them to come back, keep in touch with them to ensure that they're not left out. But beyond that, even prior to going there, what we say is, even during the performance assessments, what happens is if somebody is going on a maternity leave, there is a tendency from the managers to probably not rate them very well. They would say that, hey, anyway, somebody is going on maternity leave, why should I give them an outstanding rating, let's say. and because they would be anyways out of action, I would want to invest on somebody who is will be there with me. I don't know whether she would come back. That's where the differences start coming in. That's where probably people lose the plot. And we've done this trend analysis over the last many years of data that we have from the group, as well as within Piramal Realty. And we've have now checks and balances to ensure that that doesn't happen. We have, we want to be sure. So for them, we would spend extra time with those managers and try and understand what kind of rating, whether they are being fair in the particular rating of that employee. Spend that, if let's say you're spending half an hour on a particular employee for somebody going on maternity leave, spend 1 hour and try and understand whether they're being fair. That's a simple change which we did. Similarly, I think we spoke about management trainees, or let's say people from different backgrounds who are coming through. What we noticed is we get in people from great MBA colleges, want to give them great responsibility. But in traditional setups, let's say real estate is a traditional setup, and people at the top typically are having 25, 30 years of experience. They might think that, hey, what would this guy do? What would he bring onto the table that somebody with a 10, 15 years of experience wouldn't get? So it's not only about getting those people onto the table, but give them enough projects, enough opportunities, handhold them for the first 3-4 years so that they kickstart into it, they get enough exposure, they don't lose the plot. One thing which we observed is the attrition is highest for management trainees in 1 year, and the second bout comes when they are around 3 years into the system, because that's when they feel lost, or probably they start comparing with their batchmates, or they could feel that, hey, I was not being promoted, I'm contributing a lot, but there's nothing happening to me. So we identify those trends, we identify what's happening in those areas, and if you lose great talent once they have put in 3 years, that's when their productivity starts kicking in, right? We keep observing that those guys are the ones who are ready to go into middle management. Probably 5-6 years down the line, once they have 10 years of experience, they have an opportunity to go into mid-senior level engagements as well. So it's that time to spend time with them, trying to understand their career opportunity, career progressions. We also have different programs, let's say, to provide them projects at the group level, probably in case somebody wants to move from Piramal Realty to Piramal Finance, let's say, or wants to explore opportunities elsewhere in different sectors within the group. We also have opportunity for great talent to move across different departments so that the talent is there with us. There's an innate culture sense that they have got, and we would not want to lose again spending 2-3 years on somebody to get up the curve. So that's something which we do. Third is parity of salary. I think that's a very important thing which comes through. What we observed is probably women might not be at the same parity level when you compare with men at same designation. So we worked a lot around that, and we have trends, and we have now several checks and balances through HRMS where we build that pop-ups come through at a regular basis and say that, hey, this you're not being fair to this particular set of people. It need not be only gender, it could be people who have spent 3-4 years in the system. What typically happens is if somebody has spent 5 years in the system, probably their raise or their increments might not be as high. It is possible. And while you get somebody elsewhere from a different industry or a different company and you get them at a higher salary, probably it's possible due to different technology. It's probably possible because you want to get that talent. It could be because of bias as well, many a time. So we wanted to solve all these problems so that we don't lose the talent. That's being more about equity, trying to understand that what's the right thing to do. And by having, by now there is so much of technology at our disposal, right? Like through HRMS and through analytics, which are there, I think, and it's not such a big deal. Once you have great process set in place, once you know what you want to do, I think all of these things are pretty much possible. And what we observed through live cases, is, let's say, in design and development, what we have a particular team which designs buildings, right? So once you typically what you say is you get architects into that team and they design great buildings for us which are of higher aesthetic quality, and that's one of our mission is also to ensure that we design great buildings which are livable. But at the same point of time, there also has to be check and balance as to whether it's in line with our P&L, who is looking at that. So what we started to do is started getting people from different backgrounds. Sometimes we push in business people also into the team, and those guys start to understand what design is all about. They start from scratch and they build their basis on top of that, and they now look at both aesthetics as well as P&L. And now what happens if somebody from a design background moves into construction? Now they start looking at things from a different angle. So there is diversity of thought. They bring different things onto the table. A very beautiful thing which somebody told me is what happened now. A lot of companies want to grow at a great pace, right? People want to grow at 1x, 2x, 3x all the time. But then you also need people who are checks and balances, who will check whether we are doing things the right way, whether we are doing it in an ethical manner. Let's say you are wanting to improve your revenues by 2x, 3x, but the cost factor itself is going up by the same factor. And over a period of time, it's not sustainable and you will have to shut down your business. So that's why you need people from different thoughts, different backgrounds to come in and solve problems together. Only then things start becoming successful. And that's pretty much, if you look at it, it's pretty much in your family, right? In your friends circle. When you sit across on a dining table, there are different thoughts across coming from a grandfather. Your mother has different thoughts. Your spouse has different thoughts. Sometimes your kids have a totally different thing, which probably I have picked up a lot from my niece and nephews who are at a very young age. When I talk to them about HR topics, somebody who is 15 years gets me such a diverse thought, which I was never able to think of. So I think it's important to be open. It's important to be connected to various generations, various thought process. And that's how there are tangibles, there are intangibles, which are of far greater value. I was able to speak about some tangibles, but I think there are many intangibles which are over and beyond, which probably cannot be calculated or put on a piece of paper as well. Yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, I kind of take two very strong words from what you spoke. One being the inclusivity, of course, but then the ownership. I think that's pretty much important that you all practice and that you all brought into the culture. There are two words which are coming to me right now, which is like fantastic, incredible. Like I'm kind of hearing a lot of thoughts and a lot of practices which possibly Swati had mentioned about the iceberg, which are still hidden. I mean, I'm not sure how exactly they are cascaded. I now go to Parna to understand what exactly does ABB do beyond what Swati and Aditya just mentioned. Over to you, Parna.
Okay, yeah. So ABB, we are the company is in a, as I said, that we believe a lot into our people underwriting, leadership underwriting. And when we talk about that, we, the things that we do, like recently, we thought about allyship, not recently, but, say, for example, allyship was there, mentorship was there. But how can the people, like each one of us, can be allies to the varieties of various dimensions of diversity? See, I will just tell you one, I'll give you an example to make you understand that I observed that, it is very easy to hire. As I said, you can hire, say, for example, a person from LGBTQ community. You hire the person comes in, okay? And if you observe, and they like, in the cafeterias, things like that, in a weekend, people talk, say, hey, this weekend, I went with my partner, we'll there and there and all that place. Here, this person kind of keeps quiet and thinks, should I share with my holidays how my weekend was? Should I share that, okay, I went with my partner? Can I show my the pictures that I went and together? So is the person bringing his or her whole self in over there? That's where we realize that it's very interesting area where we talk and preach a lot about, okay, this inclusivity, this and that, but how do we go deep into the person, just touch them? And as I said, the ball is not only on the court of the person who's accepting that person or that community. It also lies in the community, the person of that community, how that person is opening up, how that person is treating himself or herself as a natural self over there. That is also important. So from that perspective, we did a reverse mentoring program, okay, like where we identified people who can definitely come and speak about their stories, where it becomes so realistic. You won't believe this month of June, we did a global, such an event for the first time. And there, as Satya was telling, that ERG groups, like we completely told that employee resource group is going to do it. And from all the parts of the world, there was a week-long celebration that happened where we understood the history. And this is not done by anybody like in the HR or diversity and we did not get any external partners as well. It's all done by these resource groups where they talked about the history of, it's just a beautiful learning session. We had a great, question answer sessions at the end, and we learned so much that Alexander used to be the great grandfather of, gayism, how the word came and all those beautiful stuff, And that's one area where we see a lot of success and a lot of space to do. Similarly, for specially abled people, there are people who are like when they come and sit beside the cubicle of another person, we observe that how are you? That question is like a lot of sympathy comes in. And I realize this person is not looking for that sympathy. So how do you sensitize these leaders or the people that how do you actually, so we did a kind of a design thinking, it's like a day in the day of like kind of, so say for example, a team which has specially able people, for the leaders, we made them go through like, you are going to sit in the wheelchair the whole day. Now you share your experience at the end. And those sessions, those workshops are so, liberating and so interesting, so fantastic. And I think I'm I'm in the cusp of a very, very vibrating and interesting zone here, ABB, in terms of the diversity inclusion, that is whole space. So
Thanks.
These are the things we are also thinking about, a beautiful program called With Her, Beside Her, to get this thing that Aditya was talking about, you call women back. Pati was also mentioning. So With Her, Beside Her is also going to be it's like shamelessly copied, but with a twist. So that makes it more interesting.
Oh, that's a wonderful revelation. So we kind of are on time, and due to the paucity of time, I can take one question, which is kind of pretty interesting. It's actually a statement, and I'll like to go back to Aditya for the statement and have his thoughts over the statement. The statement goes that in business context, competence and role fitment is more important than diversity. Let the best person take the job, and that's the kind of, irrespective of gender, that's the kind of statements which have been heard. So Mr. Dev Mani Pandey has asked this question. Any thoughts from you, Aditya, on this?
Wow, I think that's a great question, and that's the thought which business leaders also would have, right? Like, you guys from HR are pushing about diversity, let's say,
especially traditional, I would say.
Yeah, traditional. It happens, like, let's say people coming in from traditional background, let's say ours is a real estate, which is 100-year-old sector. So then why should we do this? Why should we hire differently and so on? So what happens, at least for us, and it's not it's something which has been happening for the last 20 years at Piramal Group. So what we do at the time of recruitment, I'm again talking about gender diversity here. So what we do is, for a particular position from a middle management and above, for any position that is, we have, let's say we have 5 resumes. We have 2 of them definitely as a woman. and we provide them equal opportunities. We in fact go all out, try and get the best candidate possible who will fit that role. At the end of the day, we want that business leader, we want that person to own up that particular position. So, but we provide equal opportunity for women to succeed in try and get into that position. So what has happened over the years is, even without us explicitly mentioning that, hey, this is a role which you definitely have to take a woman, what we have observed is business leaders start picking women over men because they find them more competent. And earlier, probably because nobody went and sourced that particular pool, they were not available. But now we have enough opportunities within Piramal Group, and we have such a great culture that we are able to pitch to the women candidates about what other opportunities that you would have, what kind of culture you have, and so on. So we are able to probably get women also onto the table to come and interview with us. And that's paying rich dividends. I only spoke about sales earlier, but if I'm looking at the entire organization, when I had joined in, we had around 21% women. Now we have around 32% women. And our target is that in 2-3 years, probably we have 50% women. And these are the best numbers in the real estate industry. Even when I joined, 21% was already best in the business. But now we want to beat our own benchmark. And that's how we are doing it right now.
Thanks, Aditya, for those wonderful thoughts. And I could really see Swati and Parna nodding and kind of appreciating the thought. Well,
I'd like to just add
yeah,
one thought to.
Please.
Just like to add one thought. Maybe I mean, definitely what Aditya said. That's something which I would also do when I think about that question, which is there a statement. But I'd like to also question my business leader. Do you have a diverse team? And when I say diverse, it's irrespective of gender.
Absolutely.
Do you have a real diverse team? Is it all men? Is it all women? Do you have people with disabilities? Do you have people from Pune? Do you have people outside Pune? Do you have people? So I would question that and then look for a best person to hire. So that's one which I would say that, I'll just question that.
And maybe a little point here that, the statement, I want to say that, when the hiring happens, when a person is hired, it's not hired from this person to this person. Hiring happens with the role and the person. It's never diversity or things like that. So when the hiring definitely happens, Dev money, I just want you to have this in the back of your mind. It's not when we are hiring, okay, this is a woman came, so okay, let's take the woman, there's a man came. No, it's not like that. It is the role that we have versus the candidate who came. So it's not, so when that fitment happens, it happens because of the fitment. It's not because of the diversity. So I want you to really know this and
I think that calls for an upload, which already Swati has given, and I think that really sums up the discussion very well.
Samir, in case you may another opportunity to speak, I think this is a very interesting topic. So I got one more example to talk about. Recently, I was speaking to one of the business heads. What happened was, I think I picked this thread from Swati, what she was talking about. Recently, we had to hire for a position, and this business head was like, I need somebody who's a CA with 10 years of experience. That is his stance. And we looked in the industry, we looked elsewhere, and probably were not able to find. And then again, we went to the drawing board and asked with the, why can't you hire somebody who is, let's say, a BA and with a 5-year experience? This guy is really good, and he is fitting in all your specs, and he has all the experience. And the person said, no, I don't want to take chance. And so I said, no, let's take a chance. And I am willing to bet on it. If you don't like him in the next 6 months, I will provide him probably a different position. And now he's come back and said that, hey, this was the best hire that I could probably have. And this guy has different thoughts, and he's completely aligned, and he has learned more than what a CA with 10 years experience could do. I think that's how diversity of thought, diversity of backgrounds, which Swati was talking about and Parna was talking about, come into picture. Yeah.
Absolutely, bang on. I think Aditya, you made a very pertinent point. Just quickly going down the channel, if I could maybe ask y'all maybe one word or maybe two words to kind of sum up your thoughts, so that that's kind of the takeaway for my delegates. If we could sum up, Swati, starting with you, Swati.
I think I will just say appreciate differences and speak up when you see something which is happening. So I think that's the two words.
I'm actually writing. It's a very, very nice word. Yeah, Aditya, over to you.
Yeah, I would say that don't practice diversity and inclusion just because it's the right thing to do or a goody thing to do, like how Panna was saying, but it's because it actually adds value to the business.
Absolutely. And over to you, Panna, if I could have a word for you.
Yeah, so I would say that look at it from a curious mindset. It is overcome your small talk, like small voice that is always there in your mind. That is important. And please promote innovation and creativity. And that's what is the disruption that we started with when those two young gentlemen talked about. And this is the crux of it. Disruption doesn't happen if innovation, that you do not have potential for innovation. And potential for innovation happens with the broadening and curiosity of your mind. So
absolutely couldn't agree more. Well, so as all good things come to an end, so are we closing this insightful session. My sincere thanks to the panel for making this session so very interesting with their thoughts, and all the delegates who kind of attended it and have been so participative. For the managing the session, I kind of thank the organizers, and over to you, Anirudh, to take the proceedings forward.
Thank you very much, sir. An erudite and enthralling session with quite a many inquisitive takeaways. I would extend my sincere thanks to the panelists and the moderator for such a deep and insightful discussion. Thank you very much. Moving forward, I would now like to take the opportunity to call the guiding hand for HR Summit 2021, Dr. Yashomandira Karde, faculty mentor, HR Summit 2021, Assistant Professor and Head of Corporate Relations, SIOM, to please come up on the stage and deliver the vote of thanks. Over to you now.
Thank you, Anirudh. Some thoughts which are dwelling in my mind right now is, I can't change the direction of the wind, but I can adjust my sails to always reach my destination. So aptly quoted by Jimmy Bain. We have successfully completed our third episode of 13th edition of HR Summit 2021. And we had today eminent speakers, gracing the event and sharing their insights on our theme, the wind of change, the art of high impact leadership. To sum up for today's takeaway from today's episode, right from our first keynote speaker of the day, Ms. Deepa Narayan, on the topic of respond, recover, and thrive, an art of crisis management. She spoke, the key learning for today's session when we attended it was, journey of coaching and learning will be a part in our future right now, and now onwards, what we foresee further. Our second keynote speaker of the day was Mr. Shrikant, who spoke on the war of talent to war of retention. To sum up, the key takeaways from his session was invest heavily in personal development. Employee value proposition will be at the center, at least for a few years from now. From key takeaways from the keynote speaker 3, who was Mr. Manish Bharadwaj, who spoke about Parakram, tackling innovation, disruption in HRM. He just said expectations and demands are disrupting in today's world. Disruption in human resource means staying relevant. And tech innovations is what will keep the HRs more relevant in the team, as well as in the competition. Panel discussion, our panelists, Mr. Aditya, Ms. Swati Verma, Ms. Parna Bhattacharya, moderated by Dr. Samir Yerkude, dwelled upon thoughts on how diversity and inclusion will be an hygienic factor beyond theory, sharing their experiences from the industry which they represent. The key learning, what I learned today is sailing through the wind of change. Sustainable plans will be shaped by daring leaders. It will be cheered by adventurous sellers, but it is also going to be resisted by few competitors, deep-rooted practices, robust structures, and their inhabitants. But it also, we should deal with our eclipsing our personal best experiences, and we have to create a new records on how are we going to improve ourselves and react positively when things seemed grim and filled with larger portions of darkness. A big thank you to all delegates for being a part of this 13th episode edition of HR Summit 2021. The journey along with you has been absolutely great. We are almost at the last loop of this year's HR Summit, but it is not over yet. We still have one more episode to go and thereby a lot to offer to you all. It is also worth mentioning that the HR Summit team have put up a lot of efforts to bring the color and the shape of the event, what you see now on live. They have shown their tremendous resilience and patience at ever-changing challenges they face. My heartiest congratulations to the team HR Summit. Let me also take a moment to thank our director, ma'am, Dr. Vandana Sunavne, the professors, my SIOM colleagues, the staff of SIOM, alumni of SIOM, and all my COMite students for being there so supportive throughout this journey. Before parting away from this episode, allow me to share a quote written by John Maxwell. The pessimist will complain about the wind. The pessimist always complains about the wind. The optimist expects it to change. The leaders adjust the sails. Thank you all for attending today's episode. See you tomorrow. Over to you, Anirudh.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for the marvelous delivery. As we move towards the end of the day, on behalf of the SIOM family, I would like to thank the delegates for being diligent and the wonderful audience. Our deep thanks to all the panelists and the keynote speakers who joined us today. And our deep thanks to all the sponsors for trusting in us and engaging with us. With this, we would now conclude today's episode of the 13th edition of HR Summit 2021. We will be back tomorrow with more interesting sessions for you. We hope that you've enjoyed this journey with us thus far. The session will end here now, but the breakout room features will be available for the next 15 minutes. This is Anirudh Kaushik signing off. Thank you and take care.
Recording stopped.